And very welcome to the B&D first of the big three meetings here at Kirkistown. And we would like to call the first practice session, please, the Super Twin, Production Twins and Pre-Injection Twins, please, to the assembly area.
And good morning to everyone listening live on YouTube. And hopefully we'll get proceedings underway very, very shortly. The Moto 1s will be out in the warm-up area. Or the Super Twins and Production Twins and Pre-Injection are going out first. Practice order. So the stewards of the meeting are just sorting a few things out and we'll be back very shortly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just waiting for the stewards coming back from their meeting. It looks like the Clark course is clearing out the barriers for the machines to go out on track for the first qualifying session. Everyone, welcome to Kirkistown for the third round of the Ulster Superbike Championship. And alongside me today is the very wonderful legend, Jack Corry. How are you, Jack?
All good, Gareth. Thanks very much. And again, folks, it's sadly not the weather we had on Saturday, Gareth, either. But round one of the Big Three series here with the King of Kirkistown, Crown Prince of Kirkistown, and the President's Cup. And this class, actually, the combination of the Super Twins, pre-injection, and production twins, all going forward for that as Christian Elkin goes out onto the track. It's now live, folks. There's still a few bikes coming down the pit lane. And
see Corey McGreevy there just as well, sorting himself out. Very interesting that they've put the twins out with the pre-injection class. It usually, well, from what I've seen, it was a very good field of pre-injection machines, even last year, Jack. But obviously, well, so far, this idea has worked for them and see it's good racing.
yes, it was enjoyable there on Saturday, and the pre-injections were mixing it well. Stephen Love there at the 2 wins on Saturday, which he's been kind of dominating that series, the pre-injection 600s there for the last couple of years.
Yeah, he has. I was looking there, wee Trevor Elliott as well. Trevor Elliott was out for quite a while, and he's back in, and he's doing so well as he just crosses the line there, Jack. And he's just took to it again like a duck to water, and mixing it with the top guys, and the way he was able to get that machine off the line on Saturday was unreal. But unfortunately, with him being out for that length of time, he just trying to get back into it again. But Stephen Love is a different kettle of fish there last weekend, on Saturday, at Bishop's Court.
Yes, and I just see Chris Duncan gone out there, and Chris had a bit of an off on Saturday, but he ended up into a massive big puddle of water.
Yeah,
when he came off.
He got a wee bath, didn't he? The Scottishman.
I'd say his helmet inside there wouldn't have been the nicest after all that water.
No, he had to put that on the hairdryer when he got back, certainly.
So already we have John Martin on top of the pile.
Yeah, John Martin had a good run on Saturday as well. Maybe not as well as what he thought it would have ended up for him, but I see Marty Lennon out there as well. Great to see Marty back. I was talking to him this morning, and he was saying, yep, back at it, back out of retirement once again. But a lot of these lads, they don't really retire, sure they don't.
Somebody said to me, nephew was so rude.
Right, could be, yeah.
I'm not sure. There's no Dick John Green's son was there Saturday.
Yeah, so the first time laps coming through now, and again it's still John Martin, the 104 machine. John Martin, well no, it's Christian Elkin now, so the timing screen's going to be doing quite a bit of jumping about here until they sort themselves out. And again, it's 12-minute sessions, Jack, isn't it?
Yeah, so I believe anyway at the minute, Gareth, Corry McGreevy now has gone top, and I see my old drinking buddy and former Double Max Grand Prix winner Andy Firebike. He was in the Classics there for the last couple of weekends, but he's out on the twin today.
Yeah, to be fair, I was a wee bit surprised to see Andy out at the weekend there, but pleasantly surprised. It was great to see Andy back out and wrestling even that big 500 classic machine around the place.
He's actually, speaking to him, he's really enjoying the run on the classic bike. But McGreevy there, 106.999. So then the next one behind Robert Waddell now has jumped into second at 107.681. Michael Carr 110.260. John Martin now is down at 110.442. Stephen Love, he's the second of the pre-injections. He's 110.520.
Yeah, Paul Demain there usually gives Stephen Love a good run for his money as well. Paul loves this track. Sometimes gets him a wee bit of time to get going, but he's currently there in 7th on the road, but 3rd pre-injection machine. Dean McMaster then, he'll be starting so far 8th on the road. Dean had a sort of on and off Saturday there at Bishop's Court. He was having a few issues, done really well on the Super Twin. looking to be a podium finish for him, but it wasn't meant to be in the latter parts of the race. But he's currently there in 8th place with 1:11.232 is his best time. And Bert McCallum then in 10th so far with 1:12.161. Trevor Elliott in 10th place, a 1:12.535 for Trevor. Your old drinking partner Andy Farrell in 12th, 1:12.893 so far for Andy.
Just looking at the gap there between McCreevy and Waddell is 0.755 so far. Christian Elkin, he's 2.5 seconds really behind Corry. Again, Gareth will be interested to see like what the track is like around. It seems to be, although wet, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad here at the start and finish straight. Looking even out the back there doesn't seem to be any rooster tails coming off the machines, but the problem is now that it rained so hard during last week, and the grass is absolutely sodden, so there's nowhere for the water to go. So if it rains any heavier, you might find some land water around, maybe fishermen's, or usually coming out of colonials you get a wee bit of land water, but hopefully it'll not come to that.
No, fingers crossed. I was just looking walk around a good bit of the track there on Saturday, and it was squelching on the foot. There was just nowhere for it to go.
And for the weather to be so good on Saturday too, I was the same. I was expecting it to be dry, and I ran across the field. I was being lazy and took a shortcut and ended up losing my shoe.
Oh yeah.
Seeing it being so dry too.
Very simple. So the next practice session is start getting yourself ready to the assembly area.
Yes, that's the lightweight Super Sport Moto 3, Super Sport 300, and the classic GP machines, which is usually the 250 Grand Prix Hondas and whatnot. And hopefully we'll see a 250 Honda out here today, Jack.
So McCreevy still top of the pile there, 106.255. Paul DeMain. Gareth not far off the pace there, 107.489. Stephen Love, another the pre-injection there, 107. So the pre-injections of DeMain and Love. I know Michael Carr now has gone second. He's 107.435. Robert Waddell, 105 from Robert Waddell, 105.5. That's a quick time.
That's a beezer lap there from Robert Waddell. The thing you'll find as well, Jack, is these pre-injection machines. I was saying on Saturday there, you can when they're braking, you can actually watch the nose of them dive, and it's like a flipping Boeing 747 landing, you know. But with this weather here today, the Super Twins, they're very Grand Prix like, you know, they're very stiff and very awkward in the wet conditions, whereas the pre-97 bikes or the pre-injection machines, they're nice and soft and maybe more suited to this weather, you know.
Well, it's fairly obvious that now the Christian Elkin's got second, Creevy third, but then there's 1, 2, 3 of the pre-injections. Love, Carr and DeMain are 4th, 5th and 6th overall on the fastest time. The fastest production twin is John Martin, he's in 7th. The next one behind him, it is Brett McCallum in 12th, the production twins, with Tom Nicol in 14th.
Just looking there, John Martin across the line again. He slipped to 7th place, but still first in the production twins. So that's a pretty respectable time for him, a 109.041 in these conditions. Robert Waddell away through there. Doesn't better his time that time, a 105.680 for Robert. We're just waiting then for Christian Elkin and Corry McGreevy. There's Christian Elkin now. So Christian Elkin goes top of the fastest lap, a 105.336 so far for Christian. Andy Farrell away through there. He's down into that 14th position with a 112.420. Corry McGreevy doesn't better his time there, or he stays in that 3rd spot, a 105.616 so far for Corry.
Well, Gareth, we're only, and this is only round 3 of the Ulster Superbike Championship, but Stephen Love, 2 wins and a 2nd place there so far. He's 5 points ahead of Trevor Elliott, and in the production twins, John Martin has a 26-point lead over Brett McCallum, with Lewis Grove 4 points behind McCallum in 3rd, and in the super twin, Corry McCreevy is 15 points ahead of Christian Elkin, with Caelan Smith 39 points adrift of McCreevy. Caelan rode well, Gareth, in the very first race. He got a terrible bad start in race 2,
Yeah, it's a lot of them did. You know, with it was their first time out on Saturday, and a lot of them didn't go to the first meeting at the beginning of the season and beginning of March there. But a lot of them, it was their first time out. They're blowing the cobwebs off, and tell you the truth, I seen some dodgy starts off the line there on Saturday. I near jumped off the commentary seat a couple of times, but it was, everyone they got into it well. And
Was it Jojo crossing the you were?
oh no, it was Alana Marr.
Yeah.
Oh my word! If this doesn't work out for Alana, she could be a stunt woman, no problem.
So Robert Waddell now back on top 105 exactly. Really 105.320, Christian Elton 105.336. So 2 seconds there now between the first three and production twins. A pre-injection of Stephen Love, Michael Harris 5th, and Paul DeMay 6th. The production twin is in 10th place as John Martin. Stephen McMaster is in 11th, and the super twin with Brett McCallum in 12th, second of the production twins.
Yeah, just another shout then for the lightweight Supersport Moto 3, Supersport 300 and the classic GP machines, please, to the holding area. 11 minutes gone now this session, so the checkered flag will be going out very, very shortly. If you just want to make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can.
So Greavy and Elkin both into 104s. That was the checkered flag has gone out.
Yeah, it looks like Corry McGreevy may get this, although they're pretty close there, 0.34 of a second slower Christian Elkin. But Corry McGreevy's Dean McMaster across the line. Dean McMaster 11th. So this is probably going to be his first wet outing, at least on that Super Twin machine. So Robert Waddell goes past, sitting up on the bike, so he wouldn't have bettered his time, so he's staying in that 3rd place so far. Christian Elkin just across the line there, expecting a wee bit more there from Christian, but it wasn't to be. And Corry McGreevy, a wee bit slower that lap, but he at the minute secures pole position. I don't think Stephen Love was going to be able to do anything there in that 4th, but they're mainly across the line, so it looks like Corry McGreevy's going to be on pole for the Super Twins, a 104.173. Christian Elkin in 2nd, a 104.513. Robert Waddell in 3rd with a 105 dead for Robert. Paul DeMay actually grasps 4th place from Stephen Love and first of the pre-injection machine, so Paul DeMay starts 4th on the grid with a 106.868. Stephen Love in 5th and 2nd pre-injection machine, a 107.123. Michael Carr in 6th with a 107.264. Trevor Elliott 7th and 4th pre-injection machine. So he starts 7th on the grid with a 108.574. Marty Lennon, great to see Marty Lennon back out again. Back out of retirement, but they never really do retire, do they? 8th place for Martin at 108.670. Chris Duncan, who's incidentally he'll be out in this lightweight super sport again. Great to see the V400, and he'll be able to give Graham a run for his money later on. With Chris Duncan in 9th, a 108.886, and top 10 then John Martin, and first of the production twins with a 109.041.
So I see a number of the lightweight super sports already in the holding area as the cars are coming across the track, so it'll be a few minutes before we get back going. But just, you were saying about the newcomers, Gareth, you know, we spoke about the Moto 1 just off mic and on Saturday, and there was 15 starters in the Moto 1 on Saturday, and 10 of them are newcomers out of the IMC, and you know, we spoke about like Sir Johnny Campbell and them fellas all coming through. It's proved to be a great feeder system for young fellas coming through.
Oh, it definitely is, and you could see the amount of orange bibs. It was just a field of orange going out onto the track, and for them to come through, it just proves that the system is working, and the talent that was out there in that Moto 1, the racing was absolutely fantastic.
Serious for second and third place there in the two races.
Isaac Mark, he disappeared a wee bit there at the front, but he didn't get it all his own way in the second race, and then the two of them for second place. Unbelievable. It was some racing.
there's two newcomers in this lightweight super sport. Mark Allen, number 951. Eamon McKeown, his first race was on Saturday there. He's number 982. And then we have another newcomer down in the Super Sport 300, Matthew Watson. So again, good to see more newcomers coming. I know I spoke to Eamon McKeown there on Saturday, and it took him a year to get that bike built, to get all the parts, to get everything together for it, and did everything himself. And it's great to see these young fellas coming up. But he says to me, talking to his father, and he says it's only one thing in his mind: is the Manx Grand Prix. And so
is that right?
That's his goal in a couple of years' time. Yeah.
Just wants to get over the line.
Yeah,
That's it.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Well, fair play. As long as you've got something to fight for, and as you say, a goal. See the Super Sport machine just going out for a wee lap here, but a couple of wee 125s here as well. It's good to see, Jack.
Yes, so Graham McAleese there with 191, and one bike just gone out on his own, number 100, is gone out there as well, and that's Ross Martin, 300. So the track is now live, folks. Chris Duncan getting back on board. So busy with two sessions, one after the other, with you'd have a good idea what the track is like.
Yeah, I see Aidan Cleary there going out on track as well. Yeah. He didn't have a good day at Saturday at Bishop's Court. The bike was misfiring, he couldn't get it off the line. Graham McAleese won both the races. He was a wee bit annoyed at that, you know, because Aidan Cleary, he'd be up there with Graham, giving him a good race. But he was saying to me this morning in the garage, we stopped up the road, I was getting my sausage bat, and he was saying no, he's going to push hard and definitely give Graham McAleese a run for his money here today. But they sent it there to get looked at, and it turned out it was a spark plug. Jack, something as easy as that, a £5 spark plug, and he brought it to one of the engine builders to get sorted, and it was just something you don't think of, you know, especially when the bike's just freshly built. And it was just a dud spark plug, and that's all it was.
Just goes to show you too, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to keep these things well serviced, especially these Super Sport 400 machines, because they're a wee bit old, and they need a wee bit of TLC here and there.
And that's said, you know, with McKeown there, even getting parts for it is a big problem too.
Yeah, especially the Kawasaki's. They were short there a couple of years ago, and there was very rarely any Kawasaki 400s out because they weren't able to make the parts quick enough for them. So there was a big backlog. All the parts were on back order for them, but I don't think it's too bad now, and you can get a lot of aftermarket parts for them now as well, which is actually a lot of the time better than the actual OE Kawasaki parts.
I see a yellow flag here in front of us, Gareth. There's a rider just pulled in just below us here at the
oh yeah,
right hand side of the track. He's away now again safely.
So out there on the Super Sport 300 machine is Ruben Sherman Boyd. Ruben Sherman Boyd did another one that came from IMC. Absolute fantastic job on, even at the beginning of the season. But yesterday, or on Saturday, he was running the top three on the Super Sport 300 against Moto 3s and the 400 Super Sport machine. So it's great to see. And there's our stunt woman, Alana Mayer, just away through there. And tell you, Jack, Aidan Cleary is on a mission. 1:15.218 there at the minute.
Look at Graham McAleese has responded well, 1:14.
Aidan, he's got a wee bit of work to do here now. But so far there, Alana Mayer sitting third so far. So that's a good run for Alana.
Chris Duncan now slotted into fourth place. Chris on the lightweight. The Super Sport 300, Ruben Sherman White is 4th overall. Moto 3, Alexander Rowan is 5th overall and leading the Moto 3. Lana Maher now has slipped down to 6th overall, 121. And the Ruben Sherman White is 119, so 2 seconds there between Ruben and Alana. Harry Fires there is second of the Moto 3 in 9th place, and Robert O'Neill third of the Moto 3 in 12th. Alan Dixon there in the 250 GP is in 11th place.
See that super sport machine that stopped at the end of pit lane there, just at Deaders, has completed a lap and stopped again at Deaders. It sounded like maybe missing a gear there. Maybe 4th or 5th gears dropped out of it, Jack, but he's pulled over the right hand side. He's coming in up under in the infield there at the minute.
Kyle Martin there, number 5 on the 125 just out.
Yeah, so Graham McAlee still topping the time screens here. A 1:11.377 for Graham's fastest lap the last time round. And he'll not be long till he's back around again. Aidan Cleary still in that second place, a 1:13.062. Chris Duncan in third, a 1:14.439 for Chris. Reuben Sherman Boyd holding on to that 4th overall, but first Super Sport 300, 1:16.950 for Reuben Sherman Boyd. And Reuben's got his wee brother out racing as well. He's in the Moto 1 class. Buster Sherman Boyd.
So there's another elder statesman of racing, Nigel Moore, just gone out there, number 86 on his 125. So Aidan Cleary's back up top again. Back top now, 109.924.
Great to see Nigel Moore back out in the 125. Jack, I'm not sure, was it a 125 or was it the Moto 3 250 machine?
It looked to me like the 125.
125. I know he was having. He traded the 125 in for the Moto 3 a few years ago, and he had nothing but problems with it. So he decided. I seen him back out a couple of years ago. Was the last time I seen him on 125, and it was great to see him back out on the 2-stroke. And I'll tell you, especially at Tandragee, he was a hard man to keep up with. Across the line there, Aidan Cleary. So Aidan Cleary goes top, and he's took a massive chunk out of his lap time there, a 1:09.924 for Aidan. Graham McAlee still running in 1:11.377, his best time, but his last lap was a 1:14.669, so he maybe got caught with some traffic there. Chris Duncan still lying third. Reuben Sherman Boyd, first of the Supersport 300, still in 4th place. Lee Osbury second, Bailey Dobson in third. That's the Supersport 300 machines. First of the Moto 3, Alexander Rowan. He's 7th on the road, but of course, I'm pretty sure the Moto 3 machines are going to start. It's going to be a split start, so the Moto 3 machines will start at the back of the grid.
So Graham McAlee has been into the pit lane and back out again. So Graham McAlee's best is 1:11.377. Chris Duncan 1:10.948. Chris slowly creeping up the board.
Yeah, just noticed that there, Jack. Chris Duncan, he's just leapfrogged Graham McAlee there for second place, but obviously Graham's having some issues. He's in and out of the pit lane again, trying to make some adjustments to the machine. He was having the same issues on Saturday. It took him a wee while just to get the hang of that machine, just trying to adjust the front end. It was pattering a wee bit on him, but hopefully he can get it sorted.
So just looking at the other classes, the Supersport 300, Reuben Sherman Boyd is in 4th overall, 1:12.834. Nigel Moore leading the Moto 3 in 5th place overall, 1:13.784. And then the Supersport 300 in 2nd, Lee Osprey in 6th, Bailey Dobson is in 7th. And the second of the Moto 3, Alexander Rowan, is in 8th. Robert O'Neill in 10th, third of them. The 250 GP, Alan Dixon slipped down to 15. He's 1:20.089. But now Aidan Cleary 1:09.366. His best lap time. So far he's 1.39 ahead of Chris Duncan.
Chris Duncan has a wee bit of work to do then. Nearly a second and a half faster. Aidan Cleary is on a mission here today, and there's that lovely sound. Did you hear that, Jack? 250 Honda going past, and that will be Alan Dixon. Where did he go? 17th. So this is Alan's first ever race. Jack, he's never been he's done a few track days and whatnot, but that's actually Cleaver Brown's 250.
right.
Yeah, Cleaver Brown has lent him the 250.
He's been around a few riders over the years.
It has.
Barry Davison and yeah. So the Super Sport Cup riders plays the Assembly Area Super Sport Cup are into over 9 minutes then. There's only a couple of minutes left of this session.
Yeah, Cleaver's got a few 250s there. I see up the side of Malcolm Love's wee 250 Suzuki classic machine as well at CB Racing on it. So Cleaver's been around a long time and he's helped out a lot of riders, and you'll be always guaranteed that Cleaver will do his best for any of his riders. Going through there, squealing past the start and finish straight. Graham McAleese goes top, and again, them adjustments must have done some wonders to that machine, because a 107.207 compared to Aiden's best time of 109.366. So them adjustments definitely did something for Graham.
2.159 seconds the difference between them. Sherman Boyd still holding forward 112. Alexander Rowan, the top of the pile on the Moto 3s in 5th, with Nigel Moore in 6th. The Osprey is the second of the 300s in 7th, with Eddie Dobson third in 8th overall.
Alexander Rowan mightn't get it all his own way this weekend or today. Jack, Nigel Moore, the Isle horses chasing him down rightly. There's not an awful lot in it. 0.382 of a second. Slower Nigel Moore, and he's not long in. So just another shout then, please, for the Super Sport Cup class. So as the Super Sport Cup, please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. And of course, if you're having issues or hearing us here at Kirkistown, you can always tune in to Comedy Corner 72 YouTube channel. So you can listen to it on your tablets or your laptops. I know we had some issues that the people in the garages aren't able to hear us. So that's Comedy Corner 72 YouTube channel. And we'll be running live, streaming live all day. And hopefully that'll help with the communication issues that we've had. So there's the checkered flag out now. So the Super Sport Cup class then to the holding area as quickly as you can. And I see young Kyle Martin there. Well, young Kyle Martin's probably actually still in his van, keeping warm. He's got his old dad out there just to bring the bike in the rain and the wind. So Kyle Martin on the Super Sport 600 JMC roofing sponsored machine. Of course, Philip Martin, his father, raced himself, and also his younger brother Ross Martin is racing here.
Coming down with it. Just see it, Brolly there turned inside out very, very quickly with the wind. Starting to freshen up.
Yeah. Although it's brightening up a wee bit, it's not as dark as what it was, Jack, so hopefully the wind's going the right direction and we can get some clear skies later on. It is forecast to clear up later on. Hopefully we can get some good racing, some good dry racing later, but someone has to be optimistic, don't they?
Yes. So just some of the riders there in the assembly area. Number 201 is Alan Myers on the Suzuki. Alongside him is number 988, another of the newcomers, Alex McKinney. 928 behind him. Sorry, 920 is Conor McCann, another of the newcomers. So it's quite easy, folks, to note the newcomers. They would have the digit 9 in front of the number, so it's 3 digits, but the number 9 is the main one apart from the orange, obviously the orange bib.
That's just really if your eyesight's absolutely scrap, Jack. You can't see the number or the orange bib.
Well, it's, you know yourself, Gareth, it's hard fitting 3 digits across the front of a bike or whatever bit on the side, but it is quite hard to squeeze them in.
Especially with the regulations, they have to be a certain size, and the plate has to be a certain size, and you have to have a certain amount of colour in behind the. Sometimes riders get away with it, but most of the time, remember the Northwest 200 one time, and you know the fancy British Superbike numbers, you know, they don't really, they use the numbers for more of the marshals, not so much anything else, so they have all these fancy numbers, and all they breeze through, and then I bring my bike up, and I have to go and buy a number of Ernie coats, but you know the ones you put in your wheelie bins?
Yeah.
They couldn't fit in the front of the bike.
So 156 there, Jordan Greer on the Kawasaki. So a good entry overall. But
Of course, there is a report that there's something lying around your area. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the Supersport Cup machines just trying to stay as dry as possible. But the majority of them are lined up on the grid now, and hopefully we can get going pretty soon. And straight after that then will be the Supersport Pro machines. So Supersport Pro, if you want to start getting yourselves ready, as these cup riders will be out on track very, very shortly.
so I just see the rain just looking down here, the puddle here at the start finish line. It's coming down again, Gareth, sadly.
Yeah, hopefully it'll not come down. I think I was trying to be optimistic here, Jack.
It's not easy when you look at that sky though.
It's not easy, no.
Definitely not.
Even that windmill, I think the wind it is coming sort of from Deaders, isn't it? So
Send your message, DJ.
it's hard to see. There's a wee break in the clouds there behind us, Jack. So we'll just guide it this direction. So here we go then for the Supersport Cup qualifying session. Alistair Jackson, one of the first machines that has passed the timing beam there. Gary Allen and Rob McCauley, I see going out through there. And also Kyle Martin. Kyle Martin are holding back there a wee bit, maybe just waiting to spy someone that can bring him round. And of course, this is Kyle Martin's first year on the Supersport 600 machine as well. Just shows you how slippy it is there. Number 324 coming down pit lane. Jack is the back end spitting out there, so they do really have to be careful. And one thing that a lot of us has unfortunately learnt is to stay off the paint and the curbs in this weather.
So another rider coming down pit lane, and that's number 130, and that's Stephen Love.
Yeah, Stephen Love out on a fresher machine this time, so hopefully it'll help him with the pre-injection machine, and hopefully it won't make it feel any worse for him.
No, Ross Moore there going out, that's Brandon Cavan there, number 10. But you know, one thing I noticed, Gareth, on Saturday, a few of us spoke about it, the way the bikes are torn out this year. We spoke about it last year, but something the way, I don't know whether it's the start of the season, but a lot of lads have put a lot of effort into getting the colour schemes and the bike, the whole graphics and everything, and it looks so well.
Yeah,
well turned out.
They do. They all look so well turned out, and there's a lot more out there now that you can just bring your bike to a showroom, and the fella that does the graphics, or the person does the graphics, you leave it there a couple of days, and they have the whole bike wrapped for you and ready to go. And back in my day, you made your own stickers, and you got a big sheet of vinyl, and you cut it with a Stanley knife yourself, and you might have saved yourself a couple of £100 as well doing that. But now today, most of the machines all look like they should be on the mantelpiece. I'd be afraid to be riding someone that's skate them up the road.
There's another young man from a famous family, Loris Britton, son
yes.
of Richard. They're going out on the Britton properties. Yamaha, number 70, that carrying the same colours as his late father.
Yeah, it's great to see. It's great to see young Britton back out. He was hemming and hawing whether he was going to bother this season, and then he thought just sort of a last-minute break for him, just after Christmas, or he decided to jumped back on the bike, and you know he seems to be going well. He's enjoying it anyway. I asked him earlier on, and I said, "Well, are you enjoying it? That's the main thing." And he looked up at the sky and he went, "Aye, sure."
Yeah. So top of the pile at this early stage there, Jordan Greer 108.992, Alan Myers 109.567, Brandon Cavanagh 109.612, Alistair Jackson 110.567, Kyle Martin in fifth and 111.013, and topping out the top six is Jamie Dixon 111.573.
Yeah, James Doyle having a good run there in seventh as well, a 112.337. Gary Annan in eighth with a 112.860. Warren Knowles, this is Warren's first year on the 600, so he's jumping off the Supersport 300 machine onto a 600. Some people mightn't think it's much of a difference, but let me tell you it is. So he's currently in 10th place now as the screen jumping about. And so Jordan Greer, that's a good run for Jordan Greer on pole at the minute. So that's not a bad lap time for second lap, a 108.313 for Jordan. So Mummy Burrow but jumping about. She was well pleased with that.
Alistair Jackson there just 0.264 behind them. Kyle Martin 0.629 behind Greer. Brandon Cavanagh, he's 1.134.
Kyle Martin in that third place is it's early days yet in this qualifying session, but that's great to see Kyle so far up the timing screens already. Obviously he's starting to build a lot of confidence in that ZX6 machine, and to be sandwiched between Alistair Jackson and Brendan Cavanagh at this stage, that's pretty good going from young Kyle.
So we're almost halfway, 4:45 gone in this session. So Supersport Pro Riders, please to the assembly area. Supersport Pro Riders, please to the assembly area. Alistair Jackson now top of the pile, 107.669. Brandon Cavanagh now is up in the third. Oh, he's been relegated by Kyle Martin before, just as quick. Gary Annan is up to second place there now, 107.675. Jordan Greer third, Kyle Martin fourth. Brandon Cavanagh now down to fifth. Alan Meyer sixth. James Dye is up at the seventh. Jamie Dixon sets down to eighth. Ross Moore ninth, and then up at the 10th is Mark Aiken, number 711. Norris Britton now on his second lap there, he's down in 17th place.
Yeah, see Lee Osprey there just jumping up to 10th place. Again, going very well. Right for Tyson Mullen, as far as I'm aware yet. So this will be his, I think, second or third year now with Tyson. So great wee team. Puts out some great machinery and riders by the looks of it as well. Oh, Brendan Cavanagh just jumped to the top there with a 107.116. Alistair Jackson second. Gary Annan in third. Jordan Greer down in the fourth place. Still respectable enough if he can hold on to that front row start with Kyle Martin. I've been more than happy with that.
Oh, look at Gary Annan's up at top of the pile. Straight away 106.874, the first rider to go into the 106s.
Yeah, it's all chopping and changing here now that there's only a couple of minutes left of this session. So Supersport Pro machines, that's the Supersport 600 Pro machines, please. Make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can.
Jamie Dixon now up in the 5th, 108, and Mark Aiken up in the 7th, 108.828 as well.
Alan Myers, James Doyle slipping down the time screen a wee bit there. He's down in the 9th place. Ross Moore holding on to 10th. Lee Osprey down into 11th. Stephen Love in 12th place. Just getting the hang of that machine Suzuki, by the looks of it, that he's out on this weekend. So he's got the Suzuki 600 and the pre-injection 600, so you'll be getting plenty of laps in. And that's another thing, Jack, is a lot of these Super Twin riders and all have been out, and they're going to jump on to the Supersport 600, so they've seen the track, they know the conditions, compared to a lot of the Supersport riders who don't have Super Twins or even a Moto 3 machine or whatnot, you know, so they're already going into an advantage.
Look at Alistair Jackson now top of the pile, 106.861. Gary Allen is 106.874, so only two of them, Gareth, in the 106s. Brandon Kavanagh 107, 116, Jamie Dixon 107.578, Jordan Greer 107.942. So the top five, 106 and 107s, then into the 108s is Mark Aiken in sixth place.
And for a newcomer, that I tell you, Jack, that is a respectable lap time in these conditions. A 106.861. Very difficult even to get under a 107. So there's Gary Annan in the 106 as well. Brendan Kavanagh 107. Jamie Dixon 107. Jordan Greer a 107. And getting quicker each lap still. So that's nothing to be sniffed at in these conditions. So it's obviously not as bad as what it looks up here in the commentary box.
You know, Gareth, you know yourself, you know, it's like there are some fellas that really enjoy riding in the wet. Now, I know it's a strange phenomenon that they do it, but they seem to enjoy it, and especially anyone that had any bit of motocross or off-road experience, to be well used to be slipping and sliding around.
Yeah, well, I, for one, I didn't enjoy riding so much in the wet, but it evened the playing field a wee bit. To be fair, that was probably the only time I ever got a race win in my later parts of the career, was in the wet, because everyone else was slowing down, and they probably had the TT to think about the Northwest, and me as a young pup and heart like a lion, I didn't really care, to tell you the truth. I just wanted to go out and step on that podium, but it evens the playing field a wee bit, and we're seeing that today. There's Alistair Jackson posting the fastest lap again, a 105 now down to. That's amazing, Jack.
So, see Scott Clements just been in and back out again, number 221. Kyle Martin now is up into 7, Ross Moore is in 8, Jackson 105, Gareth 1.669 ahead of Gary Annan.
I don't think there's going to be much catching Alistair Jackson now, especially now that they're all starting to bunch up a wee bit. And the problem is they'll start to slow down to each other's pace. And Alistair Jackson, with a clear road ahead of him, I don't think he has any sort of issue like that.
So we're on 10 minutes now, so shortly the checker flag will be going out. So Supersport Pro Riders, you only see one in the assembly area. Although that looks like Loris Britton there, is it? It is number 70, indeed, he's pulled in.
He mightn't get a chance to get another lap in, but I think he's just telling his...
he's demonstrating his
he's doing a wee dance there and shaking his backside, but that is the racer's language. And you can near tell before a racer even comes in or starts speaking to you the way he's moving, how the bike's behaving, you know. So one man will know more about that than anyone would be Mark Arnott. Moto Shocks, so Mark Arnott would be, he was definitely a busy man on Saturday with the amount of riders coming in. He was running about like a headless chicken, but Mark Arnott, very busy man.
Loris doesn't look one bit happy at all.
Would you be if you were standing out there, Jack? So Alistair Jackson still on top, coming to the end of this session now.
Mark Aiken is second now, 106.714.
Doing well there. Gary Annan just about holding on to that top 3 spot now. As he slips down a wee bit. Brendan Kavanagh as well. Of course, Brendan was on pole 2 laps ago, Jack.
So we've 4 here, I think, have me on the front rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. So there's the checker flag out now. So Supersport Pro Riders please, Supersport Pro. The checker flag has gone out.
Yeah, we'll soon find out after the Superbike Pro machines go out what sort of the track conditions are, what they're like, because these cup riders, I think they'll ride in anything, Jack, you know. As long as they're on their motorbikes, they don't care what they're at.
So the fastest lap on pole position is Alistair Jackson on lap 8, 105.205, the only one of the field. And as you say, Gareth, a newcomer as well, and such a difference. 1.5 ahead of Mark Aiken, Gary Annan 1.6 behind him, and Brandon Kavanagh also 1.6. So a good tight front row there. Kyle Martin is in the second row, Jamie Dixon, Jordan Greer, the Osprey.
Ross Moore then in 9th, Alan Mars 10th. James Doyle pulled in a wee bit earlier on, so he settled there in 11th place so far. Warren Nose just across the line there now. in 12th, Barry Gass in 13th, Evan Greer in 14th, and Lors Britton, or Stephen Love, sorry, in 15th, and Lors Britton, who pulled in, a few riders pulled in there, Jack, at sort of mid-session, so hopefully the track, well, looking at them times that Alistair Jackson was putting out, I don't think the track's in that bad a condition, but it is still raining at the minute, and hopefully we'll get it stopped, and if there's any land water, we can, the marshals that do such a great job here will get it brushed off the track, hopefully. So the Supersport Pro machines then should be making their way to the holding area now. That's the Supersport Pro machines. The Cup class are now coming into the paddock, and they'll not be soon. We're calling the last bike through, and the Supersport Pro machines should be starting to make their way to the warm-up area.
Just looking at the entry list for this Crown Prince of Kirkistown Supersport race, Gareth, we were just looking earlier on, folks, and we did see the Russell Racing truck leaving the paddock. Right, we're assuming that Mike Brown has also left the paddock, and number 6, Michael Dunlop, who had a great win there on Saturday. Michael has also pulled out at the meeting, so the battle we had up front on Saturday, sadly we won't see those two lads in action again today, which is a pity. But
yeah, it was great racing on Saturday. It was great racing here today too, but it's just a shame. But I think Michael Dunlop has his 24-hour or 8-hour duties. Is it?
Yes, he's flying out to do testing for Le Mans, I believe. So it'd be interesting to see. Like, he did do that time. He did the endurance race with the TT Legends that time.
Yeah.
Remember, that's a few years ago now. Sort of harbour transport. Like of Josh Corner.
Yeah, great to see Josh here. He was. Is that Josh? He's out of the. He's scratched out of the program there, the updated program. But it looks like it's definitely his leathers and helmet now. So.
He was down below earlier on with Richard, and his transponder wasn't working instead as a dodo.
I was expecting to see Josh out on Saturday, especially with Dominic Herbison here. They're co-host. Josh will be a co-host on their podcast as well. So, well, it's good to see Josh was testing here and had a wee spin on the Ducati and all as well a couple of weeks ago here at Kirkistown. So, it's good to see him out. And he'll be competing in some British Supersport rounds, as far as I'm aware, because he is a mainland man himself. So Josh Corner's keen as anything to get out, and Chris Nelkin as well. So the Supersport Pro machines should be starting to make their way down pit lane. Well, they should have started making their way down pit lane 10 minutes ago, Jack. But I think the weather's just deterring them a wee bit.
And Christian actually has a slender lead over Michael Dunlop and Corry McCreevy in the championship so far. And 44 points Dunlop and McCreevy on 41. Daniel Mandelson is next on 38. Johnny Campbell on 33. Alongside him is Andrew Smith, also on 33 points. So William Donny there, number 12. And just further back there is Thomas McAdoo on the Kawasaki. Here, the new breed of super.
So just looking there, it looks to me like the street sweep machine is heading out on track with the trailer, and a couple of barrels, so there perhaps could have been one of the marshals, again doing a great job, might have just spotted something on track. And of course with the water line on the track as well, you can't be too careful, so I'm sure if we have any updates, I'm sure we can let you know as soon as possible.
I think during that last session we had one or two slip-offs down around Fisherman's.
Yeah, it could be very greasy on the entrance of Fisherman's again. Very much like Bishop's Court down around the hairpin at the bottom. There's maybe 2 or 3 different lines that you can go into there, and sometimes, well, more than any, there's only one line in the wet. You know, in the dry you can maybe afford to go offline a wee bit, but in the wet you have to behave yourself, because it actually, the track sort of, it doesn't start to break away, but it's like the tarmac's broke up a wee bit more off the line, a wee bit like the start and finish straight here. You can see the dimples in the tarmac, and the problem is if you go on that, the grip levels they're down by 80%, you know, and it's very easy to tuck the front, or in my case it's high side the way out of it.
I like the way you use that word, behave yourself now. I mean, you and I know that's just not possible.
Once
sometimes.
that visor goes down, nobody behaves themselves.
Actually come back into, I think, Josh Connor has actually come back up into the garages.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Chris Nelkin has his own truck there, so he's, by the looks of it, he doesn't have a garage this weekend, so he's working out his own truck.
See, Johnny Campbell actually might be wheeled back into his awning there just below us.
Oh yes. And Ross Irwin will be riding for the Magic Bullet team as well. Ross done a very good job on Saturday. He surprised me right up the front there, leading his first Superbike race. And Alan Irwin was up with me in the commentary booth. And I was looking at him to give him the mic, and he just sort of went, he just shook his head that wee bit and widened his eyes, and I was like, okay, I'll not annoy you. So he was fitting when Ross Irwin leading his first Superbike race. He held on to them well. I was very impressed with Ross and that Fireblade.
Number 94 there, Queeveen Canny, Donegal rider. Just below us, so Christian Elkin and
It's great to see the riders bringing their own wheels, spare wheels, and pulling the trolley down pit lane, isn't it? I think that's Mark Conlon actually. I just can't come to the NRG. The leathers that he has there, and it is indeed, it's the Ducati of Mark Conlon. One thing I'll tell you, I was disappointed with Jack with the Ducati was it wasn't loud enough. The exhaust system he has on it, it's very muffled. Of course they were doing sound testing on Saturday, so I was a wee bit disappointed when it went past. I was waiting for the comedy booth shaking, you know, the thunder of it going through, but I haven't seen any sound testing here today, so hopefully he's took the baffles out of that pipe.
Well, we were chatting there over the weekend there about some of the new changes and regulations with the Superstock class for the TT, and they're now in Motec systems to be used in the stockers. So there won't be a whole lot of difference now with the stockers and the Superbikes, really, if that they're able to map themselves right.
I wouldn't think it, and I wouldn't want to believe it either. With a £10,000 Motec system on it, you know, you'd want to get as much as you can out of the money you're paying for it. But yeah, there's a lot of rule changes, and tell you the truth, it's hard to keep up with, Jack. Like, because there was also talks about the 700 rule for the Super Twins, and there's different talks about wheels, composite wheels, and there's this, that, and at the Northwest 200 as well. So the Northwest 200, they were having issues with the wiring looms and mapping, because in British Superbike you're only allowed to use one ECU, but of course at the likes of the Northwest 200 or road racing or anywhere else, you're allowed to chop and change, and you can basically use whatever you want. So a lot of the riders were swapping from Motec and whatnot. Problem is then the bike's not set up for a lot of that. So and they have to use that throughout the whole year. And the strap and other ECU on it, the bike behaves differently, and I think that's what Glenn Irwin was having issues with that last year at the Northwest. So they just opted to keep the British Superbike ECU in it, which isn't ideal because it cuts a lot of the traction control and whatnot off. But of course, if you're as talented as Glenn Irwin, you don't really need as much traction control.
We're discussing that, and you can see, like me last year, if you remember, at the TT, it took the BMWs, it took the FHO race and Hickman nearly onto the Superbike race to get the bike right, like, because badly misbehaving in qualifying.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think some of these lads now, MD is an expert at sandbagging, you know, but I wonder if some of these other lads now, did they be sandbagging or is there genuine problems? You just don't know.
Yeah, you're not sure, but of course, coming off the back of the Northwest 200 FHO, and they're not allowed. You know, it's a sensitive subject here, Jack. I don't know what to say.
War.
No, don't mention the war. But they weren't kicked out. They were just told you can't use the wheels, and that's that. And of course, the Northwest 200 is a good base setting for the TT, and with them not able to set the bikes up in racing conditions, it's okay, you can qualify and practice all day, but race conditions, you sit differently on the bike, you're a lot, I don't know, sometimes a lot of riders would take a second to lap off their time from qualifying in the race, and that can upset the whole bike. And to not have a race setup for the Northwest, I wonder did that hinder them a wee bit for the TT?
Yes, it's hard to know, like as you say, when you're out maybe on your own in qualifying, or when you're in a race format with multiple riders, each front and back, you know, it is a difference. And as you say, speed-wise, the Northwest is perfect starter for the TT.
Yep, and as you say, the amount of, like, it's a mass start. You have 40, 50 machines leaving the line at the same time, and even the handling of the machine, if there's another one beside you, and the two of you are doing 200 mile an hour, the dirty air coming off their bike can completely upset the bike. And when you get the head staggers at 200 mile an hour, that would tell you, Jack, you need to pull in to check your knickers.
I've never had that, so we see one of the course cars back in the paddock, so we just wait and see what the sweeper, where he is now. It's just hard to see from our position. It's kind of a straight car, I don't know whether you can see him or not.
No, just looking down, he was heading down Fisherman's direction, as you said. There was a couple off there during them few qualifying sessions, but I haven't seen it coming back around now, unless it's sneaked in the infield somewhere. But I've seen the Clark, of course, just walking up the paddock here, so we'll have to listen out and see if there's any update for us. Of course, if we get any update, we'll soon let you know.
course, now moving the barriers to the gate is open. So riders in the garages there, please make your way into the holding area, please.
The problem is, Jack, the tannoy, I was out there earlier, and the tannoy's not working the best at the minute, but if the teams in the garages, or if anyone can hear this, I think there's only a couple of speakers working around the track, unfortunately, but if anyone can hear it, you can tune into YouTube, and any announcements and whatnot will be on our channel at Commentary Corner 72. So seemed to work very well at the karting events, so we're going to try it here. A wee bit of 21st century here at the Ulster Superbike Championship. See, Andy Mack is on the flags today. Hayden, unfortunately, isn't here. Was it last year here, Jack? Or
2 years ago.
2 years ago, and he finally got himself up and running again. And unfortunately, once he was healed, he crashed his work van, so he's limping about there again. He was on crutches there on Saturday, and I see him without the crutch today, so it's good to see he's making headway anyway. But the Super Sport Pro machines should be going out.
So there's AJ Carey there, number 30.
Yeah, so they called the riders, and now they're telling them to go back. I think they're
Mine there, the pit lane now is actually throws the barriers up across in front of it, so there's obviously something that's delaying us. And as soon as we get any information from the clerk of the course through race control, we will let you know.
Yeah, I think Andy Mack there just holding up two fingers.
The right way around.
The right way around, just to signal to the riders that we're going to be running in 2 minutes' time. So, there was a lot of panic there. The teams coming back and forward, and they were told to come forward to the grid, but unfortunately, someone might have spotted something around the track and just trying to clear that wee bit of land water up. The Thomas McAdoo there, the number 75 machine in the background, just turning around again, going back to the paddock. But
Johnny Campbell's machine there, if you wheel in.
yeah, I think it's the wise thing to do at this stage is just to sit in the holding area, because we have been told it is going to be 2 minutes, well, less than 2 minutes now to the start list. So by the time they get back to the garages, Jack, they're going to have to abort ship again and back down, so they can get out on track.
A steady stream of race fans coming through the entrance there, Gareth, which is also good to see.
Yeah, it's great. They're coming into the paddock and they're turning left down here to the bottom half of the track just to see some great racing today. And there was a fair crowd there came in just before that stoppage, and they let them through. It was great to see the spectators coming to watch and supporting the racing. Johnny Campbell's machine there, the number 155, just getting wheeled down and wanting to try and get ahead of the whole proceedings to get a good clear road. Alright folks, so this time machines have given the go ahead to go out on track, so if the Super Sport Pro riders please make your way to the holding area. So the gates are now open and the clerk of the course has given the nod to go. Andy Mack with a green flag in his hand. Chris Nelgan there for the second time putting down the umbrella. Just sorting the bike out, getting the tire warmers off. Josh Corner straight out first. I think that was Josh Corner, perhaps it wasn't, but Josh riding the Parker Yamaha, previously ridden by Darrell Tweed. So Darrell Tweed looking to do the European Road Championships this year. Not out this weekend. He was out at the beginning of the season there at Bishop's Court, but he hasn't joined the joys of the Easter Festival so far. The Ducati of the big Ducati of Mark Conlon just away out there as well.
So the riders slowly making their way out of the garages. That's Daniel Matheson there, 515. Corry McCreevy next. Andrew Smith behind him again.
Probably like Neil Kernahan colours there, Daniel Matheson.
Yeah.
I had to look twice there just to see if it was, but
Lee Hardy there, number 97. That's number reviews for a good few years there by local barber in Rush. 92. That's Gerald Datt.
yeah.
Hope I'm pronouncing that right.
Don't worry, Jack, there's a lot of names that are on these sheets that are unpronounceable. There's Josh Corner coming now, and on that Parker and Lee Hara as well, the number 97 machine going out. Lee enjoyed himself on Saturday, so if he stays behind Josh Corner, he'll be a good man to get a tow around with him. Lee Hara in the cup class last season, so Chris Nelkin just crosses the line there.
So man was nearly first down the pit lane. Thomas McAdoo back out on track. Johnny Campbell, number 155.
A couple of transponders maybe not working here, or just waiting for timing screens to update. Andrew Smith their way through.
Johnny Campbell trying his best to warm it up.
Yeah, I think sort of because they were back and forward. You know, he done that on Saturday as well. He sat on the grid just before the race, revving it like that, just to try and get the heat into it, but to get the heat into it as quickly as possible. But again, you have to be careful. If the heat up too quickly, what happens is the piston will swell a lot faster than the bore will on the actual engine block. So, and that's where you get a cold seizure when it swells that quickly and sticks to the side of the bore. You can be in the big bucks there. It's nasty.
So Christian Elkin, 108.430. Queevy Kenny. Oh, there's a good bit back. So 116. Mark Conlon. So Corry McCreevy 104. Gareth straight out of the blocks. Daniel Matheson now second, 106. Elkin 108. Mark Conlon 113. Queevy Kenny 116.
Yeah, Corry McGreevy, he's the one coming from the British Superbike paddock. Over there, you really have to be quick straight away. You have to absolutely be on it from you come out of the garage. He still has it, you know, and he's running well there. On Saturday, there was talks of Corry actually going to do the couple of American Superbike rounds there.
Right.
With the McAdoo team. They were planning on doing Daytona, but I think it's just like a lot of them, you know, everyone would love to do it, but it costs that much. It's frightening, and without someone actually handing over money, you know, it's nearly impossible. It's nearly impossible to do that. So
Just looking at the style of Corry, you know, in his eye, he's super rider to look at, you know, the way he carries the corner speed. And I heard you notice that on Saturday there, that some of the especially through the chicane there at the back of the track of Bishop's Court.
Yeah.
And he was extremely quick through the likes of those.
Yeah, it's very difficult to get the balance right because a lot of the time, like Corry is fantastic on the brakes. Like you'd never beat Corry on the brakes. And corner speed, the lean angle he can hold, but a lot of the time, if you brake really late, you will lose that corner speed and you'll lose the drive going out. But he's able to maintain all three at the same time.
There's William Donnelly up in the second now, 104.471. Creedy 104.136. Daniel Mattins 104.840. Andrew Smith 105.644. Christian Egger now down to 6.106. Mark Conlon 70. Harry Graham 9. Queeving Canny 10. AJ Carey 11. AJ Carey in 10. Josh Corner 11. Thomas McAdoo 12. Gerald Bass 13. And Johnny Campbell yet to register on the screen with us.
Well, Corey McGreevy across the line. Fastest lap again at 103.567. Daniel Matheson on 104.48 or 58, sorry, that time. But Andrew Smith, good run there to jump up into second place at 104.196. So Andrew Smith really on a mission this season. He's concentrating solely.
So there's Johnny Campbell now. We just interested to see where Johnny Campbell goes. He's sixth, and that's only his first flying lap there. He's in sixth place. 107.400.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't get caught up with too much traffic there. He'll be looking to match Corey's time very quickly. But as I said, sometimes the problem, he was panicking going to the warm-up grid, and sometimes that it can't really help, especially in qualifying. It takes you a bit longer to get dialed in when you're panicking, trying to get the bike up to temperature and whatnot. Here's Corey McGreevy. Doesn't seem to be having any grip issues there. A 102.212 for Corey McGreevy. Chris Nelkin jumps up into second place. Well, very briefly in the second, but Daniel Matheson, what a run there for him. Daniel is a superb rider in the wet. Superb rider all round, but in the wet especially. A 103.470 for Daniel Matheson. Chris Nelkin, a 103.629. So it's, unfortunately we have a red flag there, unfortunately, so I'm not sure whether it could be the track conditions just. Okay, just working out a few,
Yes, we heard that.
clearing the track there a wee bit after that red flag, unfortunately. But could we call the Moto 1 machines to the holding area? That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area as soon as you can, please.
Of course, that after the Moto 1 completes their session at the 600 Super Sport, or Winner Super Sport class, will go back out on track.
Yeah, I think they had what it was just under 7 minutes of that qualifying session, so more or less half of what their qualifying session was to be. So it definitely is good to get as much track time as you can.
So the rider that did slip off there, he's up and walking around, so everything's all good on that. Cars crossing the track now, so in a few minutes we should be getting the Moto 1 on the track.
Yeah, lucky enough there wasn't anyone badly injured in that red flag, but Damien Horn walking down pit lane. Great to see Damien back out. He's resigning in Moira now. He's moved up from the south of Ireland. You can see him there, just not so much contemplating. I think Damien, being a road racing man himself, would probably go out in every condition.
I think he was living around, he used to be around Mullingar or somewhere, he was around. Slowly walking down, there's another young man that's come out of the IMC, number 980, that's Matt Davison. Alongside him, number 917, that's Fionn Stevens.
Yeah, Fionn Stevens and Alfie Flynn at Bishop's Court on Saturday. Hopefully Alfie's here. I haven't seen him there this morning. Took a wee dander around the paddock, but the battle they had for second place in that Moto 1, both the Moto 1 races was unreal, but unfortunately I think it got a wee bit too heated in their second race, and Alfie Flynn, he just didn't have any option but to go across the grass in the chicane, so he lost out a lot of time, and Stevens was able to go and take that second place. But Isaac Mark, he was absolutely on a mission on Saturday. He blew them out of the water both races.
Roger, Sean, can you confirm the number of
There with Matt Davison, and just we were talking earlier on when we came, for those folks that just have arrived at the track, you know, you'll see most of these, all of them bar one, are newcomers. Other than Matthew Corry is the only one that has a non-newcomers number, but 15 started Gareth on Saturday, and 10 of them were young riders that came out of the IMC series. So it's proven that feeding in, like I'm just looking at the two Stevens here is on the Tianda 300, there's Yamas and Kawasaki's, and Team Wood Tianda there of Harley Smith there, number 923. So the riders are going out there, number 917, that is Fionn Stevens, he's followed by Matt Davison, number 980.
Yeah, see Isaac Mark there just in the distance, so they definitely are here. You'll be looking to grab a couple of extra points this week, or this Easter Monday.
So it's interesting to see number 918 is Rory Creed, and for those of a certain vintage, his dad was John Creed, a top class road racer, and his grandfather Dick Creed, the Ulster Grand Prix winner in 1965, I think, if the memory serves me right. No, it wasn't there, Gareth.
No.
Right, I wasn't there.
I wasn't there either,
No,
believe it or
no,
not,
no.
Jack. But
Wasn't far away, but it wasn't there.
yeah, I heard young Creek was at the newcomer days here at Kirkistown. It was only a rumour, we weren't too sure, but great to see the family continuing on in the racing, and the name, the likes of even Lord Britain, you know, carrying on the name in the racing scene.
There's 9948, that's William McLean on the 300 Yamaha.
Young Stevens just crossing the line there. Young Stevens. And way out in his own at the minute.
So number 902 there, Kira Cahoon, just on track. Matt Davison next through. And another rider avoiding the puddles.
Making a chicane, that's one of the...
Hardy Smith there, number 923.
Yeah, the Team Wood Academy as well. So the Team Wood Academy and the IMC supporting these classes, supporting the young up-and-coming stars. A lot of these riders have literally just jumped off they're not mini motos, Jack, anymore. What are those? Mini bikes. Sorry,
Yes,
they're
yes,
mini bikes.
yes.
You're not allowed to call them mini motos. When I raced them, they were mini motos, but so they're jumping off the mini bikes onto these bigger 300cc machines and whatnot, and the 250s. So just here now, the Super Sport Pro. If you want to make your way to the holding area, that's a Super Sport Pro.
Thank you.
Super Sport Pro will be out after this, and hopefully you'll get your full qualifying session. So there's Isaac Mark just across the line there on his 300 Yamaha. I think Isaac Mark is riding, so something a wee bit different. And it doesn't seem to be too slow anyway, although they're all very evenly matched between these Tandas and the Yamaha 300 machines.
That is Rory Creed there, going out there, number 918.
Yeah. So Matt Davison just across the line there.
12 minute session.
124.947 there for Matt Davison. Matthew Corry way through. So we're all starting, and here's this lovely 125 Aprilia. Great to see the 125 Aprilia still out. That's ridden by Kristen Boyles.
Just for the information, the paddock, the Super Sport Pro session will be a full 12-minute session, and that's from the start of the course. I'll repeat that, it will be a full 12-minute session.
Yeah, it's great to get plenty of time to get bedded back in, and 7 minutes isn't an awful long time to be able to, set the bike up before the racing. But it's great the Clocker course has confirmed that it will be a full 12-minute session. And there you go, Isaac Mark topping the timing sheets at the minute, a 117.860. Fionn Stevens in second, a 112. Oh, there, Finn Stevens just goes pole lane so far, a 117.725. So they're really getting to grips with the conditions here at Kirkistown. And they're starting to feel the grip levels and all. We'll start to see times plummet here, especially from these two, Stevens, Isaac Mark, and just keep an eye out as well for young Flynn if he's about.
So it's Stevens, Isaac Mark, Matthew Corry, Buster Sherman Boyd, Matt Davison, Christian Boyles, Jack Ferguson, Kira Cahoon, Joey Hennessy. There's nothing up there for Cooper, Thomas Wesky, William McLean, Hardy Smith or Rory Creed. So they're just on their first laps. So Kira Cahoon slots now into 9th place.
Here's Isaac Mark once again, just crossing the line, goes top with a 116.075. So Hubert Tomaski isn't showing. It's showing that he is out, but he hasn't came round. Rory Creeth as well. I know Hubert Tomaski was having a lot of issues there with their machine on Saturday. It was misfiring a lot. So far, Isaac Mark on pole, Finn Stevens in second, Matthew Corry third, Buster Sherman Boyd holding on to that 4th place, Christian Boyles on the wee 125 Aprilia in 5th.
So Matthew Corry's best lap that time, Gareth 118.095.
And if I'm right, Jack, Matthew Corry is the only one that's out there that isn't a newcomer.
That's correct, and the Ulster Chairman Boy now has gone up to the 4th place, Matthew Corry 3rd. Joey Hennessy's just dropped down, Haley Smith now, or Harley Smith has moved up into 10th. So Thomas Wesky hasn't finished his lap, unfortunately, for that young rider.
There's Ben Stevens just away through once again on the tandem machine. Maybe held up a wee bit that lap of 1:19.496 compared to their best time of 1:17.589. But Isaac Mark still topping the timing screen here, 1:16.075 for Isaac.
So we're on the 7 minutes there now, Paddock. So the 600 Supersport machines placed in the assembly area for a full 12-minute session. Matt Davison goes through. He's dropped down now into 8th place.
Yeah, Matt Davison had a good stint in the O'Valley. He's done a few championship rounds of the O'Valley Championship and rode it over here and whatnot. What better to have a teacher is like his father, Barry. So Barry Davison can teach him a thing or two.
It was great to see Barry being honoured at the Irish Motorcycle Awards earlier in the year, and for his service to sport.
Yeah.
It was funny, like, just before the award went out, he obviously didn't know he was getting it, but he decided nature was calling him.
Yeah.
Called his name, and then you had to wait for him to come back in. He didn't know what was going on at all.
Just typical of Barry, just as laid back as anything. Well, his wife was saying, I was with them on the night of the awards, and his wife was saying, yeah, he didn't have a clue. They rang me and told me and stuff, and told me I had to get him fitted for a tuxedo. And how are you meant to surprise someone with an awards night when he's never been to that in his life?
No.
And then he has to go and get fitted for a tuxedo 2 weeks before, you know. So it was. I think he just thought he was being invited. He didn't know he was getting an award. So fair play for keeping that under wraps.
Yes, it was nice. So now the gap between Isaac Mark and Fionn Stevens is 1.309. Matthew Corry 3rd. He's 180 and 031, so it's almost 2 seconds adrift of Isaac Mark. Also Sherman Boyd now has been relegated with Joey Hennessy. Joey Hennessy up in the 4th on the front row of the grid. Also Sherman Boyd now dropped back down to 5th. 180 and 201 for Hennessy. Also Sherman Boyd 180 and 477.
Yeah, that was a big jump for Joey Hennessy there, right up. I think he was in 7th and just jumped straight up in the 4th there, 118.201. So you can see by the time the confidence is coming, even for the riders further down. Jack Ferguson there, 120.839. Matt Davison posting his best time, 121.666 on the last lap there. So the times are coming down, and I think it stopped raining. It just about stopped raining, a wee bit of a mizzle there, but hopefully the skies are getting a wee bit clearer anyway, and we can now see the bottom half of the track, Jack.
It's just great to see so many campers around, people that have spent the weekend. Obviously came down from Bishop's Court on Saturday evening.
Yeah, it's been a long time from I've seen the bottom half of Kirkistown packed out like that, with the amount of campers and the amount of spectators here is fantastic.
So Isaac Mark that time the fastest lap competed on that 150 and 489, so he's almost 2 seconds ahead of Fionn Stevens.
Yeah, Fionn Stevens still holding on to that 2nd place, and Joey Hennessy up in the 3rd now, so, and that's a personal best of 117.729 here. Matthew Corry in 4th, Buster Sherman Boyd 5th, Christian Boyles in 6th, Jack Ferguson 7th, Matt Davis in 8th, Kerr Cahoon in 9th, and Roy Creeft circulating in 10th place at the minute.
So Thomas Wesky So the checker flag is out. Mr. Chairman White was the rider that took the checker flag.
Yeah, so just a reminder there for the Super Sport Pro machines, please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. That's the Super Sport Pro, and we've got a message from the Clerical course. After the Super Sport Pro, we're going to have the Superbike Cup. So the Superbike Cup machines are after this next qualifying session, which will be the Super Sport Pro. Just to give the pro riders a wee bit of time, so the Superbike Pro and Superbike Cup will be swapping, and it will be the Superbike Cup that will be before the pro riders. But for the meantime, please, Super Sport Pro to the holding area as quickly as you can. That's the Super Sport Pro riders to the holding area as quickly as you can. Yeah, Jack, not surprising there that the Isaac Mark on top, nearly 2 seconds quicker than Finn Stevens, Joey Hennessy in third. Just looking there, I don't see Alfie Flynn, so unfortunately we'll not be getting a repeat of Saturday, but the times are very close there. Finn Stevens, Joey Hennessy and Buster Sherman Boyd. So could be looking at an exciting race later on nonetheless.
Hopefully so, Gareth, and the technical course is keen riders in the paddock please to keep everything going as quickly as possible. So there's no Super Sport riders yet in the paddock in the holding area. So riders, please, would you yourself moving? And so, as Gareth says, the Super Sport Pro are out now, and then that's followed by the Superbike Cup riders. So paddock please, as quick as things go, you get yourself down into the assembly area so the track of the course can keep the whole program moving along.
Yeah, we want to get as much done today as possible and get the day finished off nice and quickly and safely, of course. So the Super Sport Pro to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. No machines in the holding area at the minute. The gates will open and the time will commence. So you've only got 12 minutes. It's not an awful lot of time to set a machine up, but at the same time you want to be out there, you want to be doing your laps before the racing later on.
Roger, many thanks to that sheet clear. Race control to any radio operator not ready for this next practice session. Come on your call, please.
So they're just doing a sweep of the track on the radio here at the minute, and just to confirm that everyone's ready to go. So the gate will be opening now. That's for the Super Sport Pro machines.
And Gareth, as soon as that gate opens, that clock will start ticking down.
Yeah, no prisoners here. Just hopefully start to get everyone into the holding area. There's not an awful lot of movement there, so haven't heard anything different, but I'm pretty sure that they will be going ahead.
Yeah, just letting some cars across the track. Actually, Gareth, there, just to my right.
Just opening. You hear the magic bullet machines getting fired up there and getting warmed up. Just getting them plenty of time to warm up their machine instead of panicking. It's a good idea. There's a lot of machines coming to the holding area now.
Number 12, William Donnelly, the first man down into the holding area. And that looks like from the distance, Daniel Matheson, just it's colour scheme. Another rider who's come up through the cup class and very successful. He won the Superbike Pro or Superbike Cup a couple of years ago. He beat Jamie Collins.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie sadly retired from racing, going to family life.
Oh, we know what that's like. Yes, Damien Conley as well. Was another cup rider. Really surprised me this year already. They seem to be, they've grafted a lot quicker than what I think they've surprised a lot of people actually. How quickly they've grafted. Another cup rider that surprised me, and a newcomer, and I've only ever sat on the bike twice in his life, is Mark Hewitt.
Oh, yeah.
Mark Hewitt done very well at the beginning of the season there, and even on Saturday, the lap times was, a lot of riders, it would take them maybe a year or two to get down to the lap times that he's already doing.
Yes. Now the track is now live. That's Johnny Campbell out on track.
Yeah, so just before the red flag, Corry McGreevy was fast, a 102.212.
AJ Carey there, number 30 on the Magic Bullet Yamaha, also on track, and that's McCreevy now.
Corry McGreevy just warming brake pads up. Obviously standard steel discs, but you're allowed, it's like a carbon composite brake pad, and carbon doesn't really work when it's cold, so you have to get them, especially in this weather where they cool down a lot quicker, but you have to get them up to temperature as quickly as you can.
So the track temperature is reading there, Gareth, now was 6 earlier on, it's up to 7.8, so it's risen a small bit.
We'll be getting the shorts on very soon, Jack.
So that's Creepy and Canny machine being wheeled down.
There's Daniel Matheson there.
Creepy straight out of the blocks there, 102.212. Daniel Matheson 103.470. Christian Elton 103.629. Andrew Smith 103.840. William Donnelly 104.039. And Mark Connon 106.375.
So I'm not sure whether they're
That's previous.
so continuing on from the times they had earlier. Wonder if they're wrong. Just continue on. 12 minutes. Just keep timing until the flag goes out. Yeah, so from what we heard from race control, it's a full 12-minute session. We're just continuing on this session, so plenty of lap time for these. Josh Corner goes out on track.
Christian Elkin now up in the second, 103.146. Sorry, Andrew Smith up in the second, 102.931. McCreevy 102.212.
Oh, and Johnny Campbell right out to the white line there, coming out of the hairpin. A session of 102.551 that time already. So definitely on a mission there. Well, Andrew Smith holding on that second place of 102.931. Christian Elkin third of 103.146. There's Thomas McAdoo. Oh, Christian Elkin goes pole. 102.014 for Christian Elkin. We're just waiting then on Johnny Campbell, because it looks like he pulled the pin there, and here he comes, is it? It is indeed. So Johnny goes across the line. Oh, fifth place for Johnny at 103.516. There's not an awful lot in it there from Johnny. 1.5 seconds just slower than Christian Elkin. And of course,
McCreevy, now 101.
101.586 for McCreevy. Of course, Johnny Campbell only got a couple of laps in the last time he had to warm his machine up in the holding area, so he missed a lot of laps.
So AJ Carey, his best lap, he's in 106.539.
Josh Corner sitting in 10th place there at the minute at 108.661. Of course, Josh was at Kirkistown here for the first time in his career at the beginning of the season, just doing a wee bit of practice on the track day, and of course it was dry, and it's just typical to have the wet here today, but he hasn't been out on the wet in this machine yet, so he's got that to get used to as well. Johnny Campbell just slowing down there over. He's looking to get a tow with Corry McGreevy, by the looks of it. He just let Corry McGreevy pass, but he'll have a hard job catching him. If Corry obviously seen him as he was acknowledging the yellow flag going past. He just lifted his head and looked over to the right hand side there to Johnny Campbell. So if I was Corry, I would just roll it off that wee bit. He's done enough there with a on pole fastest lap of 101.326. And let me see, Johnny Campbell's best time a 103.516 down in 5th place.
The rider that has caused the yellow flag to move just down below is the Devater number 12 is William Donnelly up and walking. Is the rider okay?
Yeah, great to see him up. He was up nearly straight away before he stopped there. So, a great job, William Donnelly. See you up walking. That's a very fast, scurry pace to come off.
There's McCreevy there now, 101.188 and the 101.652. Very little between the two of them.
No, I don't think Josh Corner seen Corry McGreevy there either. Corry was going around the outside at Deaders and nearly squeezed him right to the wall there. Josh had to set up that wee bit.
So AJ Carey posted his fastest lap. He's in 9th place there, 106.539.
Yeah, Josh Corner still down in that 10th place, but when he gets hooked on to Corry McGreevy here, he'll soon show him the way around if he's able to stay with him.
Now, Matheson has increased his speed, but still in 4th place. Christian Elkin also fast that time, 101.652. Daniel Matheson 102.635.
Mark Common going back out on the Ducati, just nipping in, made a few adjustments there. Can be a very difficult bike to ride, them Ducati, them V-twins. They're very like a 1000cc, you have to ride them like a superbike.
Johnny Campbell now up in the 3rd and 102.285. That was despite the yellow flag, it's on down.
Yeah, you see Corey's last lap there, 106.010, so he knows there's people behind him and trying to follow him, no doubt. And just rolled off that wee bit. But just a reminder then for the Superbike Cup class. So the Superbike Cup class to the holding area, please. That's the Superbike Cup class to the holding area. Andrew Smith away. Andrew Smith goes pole, a 101.115 compared to Corry McGreevy's 101.188. Absolutely nothing in it. 0.073 of a second. And Chris Nelkin's still there in 3rd at 101.652. So Andrew Smith went from 4th place and jumped right to pole on that one lap. So he's got a good clear road ahead of him now. And they've put a lot of work into that ZX6 over the winter. And a lot of money. Corry McGreevy goes across the line and takes the fastest, takes pole again. 1 minute .826 for Corry McGreevy. Johnny Campbell has better this time, so he's up in 3rd place. Leapfrog and Chris Nelkin for 4th. Daniel Matheson and William Donnelly in 6th. Josh Corner up into 7th place from following Corry McGreevy. It's obviously helped him that wee bit. A 104.067 for Josh Corner. Lee Hart just crossing the line there. Does Lee better himself? He does indeed. So 9th place there for Lee, a 105.574 for Lee Hart.
That's faster again, just a fraction faster again, 100.700. So Josh Corner now up in the 6th, 103.115. So front row at the minute we have McCreevy, Smith, Elkin and Campbell. 2nd row, Matheson, Horner, Donnelly and Carey. Oh, Mark Conlon has got the better that time of AJ Carey. Mark Conlon now is in 8th, 104.520.
Yeah, Mark's still getting used to that big Ducati here in the Super Sport class. Mark was riding the Hondas last year. Well, the Nose Racing Honda, so he's getting the hang of the Ducati.
Both Smith and Elkin posted their fastest lap so far, 101.115 for Smith, Elkin 105.155.
Yeah, Chris Nelkin's really not so much a fan of these conditions, but he does do very well. in the wet. Oh, there's Johnny Campbell up now, up in the second place. So Corey McGreevy from Johnny Campbell, Andrew Smith, Chris Nelkin in fourth, just about holding on to that front row start. But 59.831 second lap for Corey McGreevy. That's coming into dry weather territory. That.
Josh Corner posted his fastest lap so far, so he's getting faster as he goes along. 103.115 for Corner. He's now in 6th place.
Josh Corner doing a lot of British Championship rounds previously and this year himself with a Parker Racing machine. That looks like Paul Cranston's machine just getting turned around and wheeled back into the paddock. But it's the Superbike Cup machines that need to be coming down into the holding area. That's the Superbike Cup machines, because the Super Sport Pro, most of the riders are going out to Superbike Pro. So the Clogher of course made a great decision just to split that with the Cup riders. So the Superbike Cup machine should be coming to the holding area now.
McCreevy again fast at that time, 59.831.
That's some lap time for the dry weather. There's the checkered flag out now.
Johnny
Jack.
Campbell 1:00.425 in second. So, and that's number AJ Kerry come in. Problems with his visor there, seen him trying to change the visor, but obviously that's a bit too late.
Yeah, he's not going to be out quick enough to get another lap in. But Johnny Campbell might be able to do something this time round about Corey McGreevy. Johnny Campbell just over half a second slower than Corey McGreevy and Andrew Smith. Johnny only completing.
That's Johnny Campbell in there now.
Oh, it is indeed, Johnny. Just pointing at the front of the machine there. So I'm not sure. Maybe there's something wrong. He's just needing to make some adjustments to the front end.
So McCreevy, the only one under the 1 minute there, 59.831. So the front row of the grid at the minute is McCreevy, Campbell, Smith and Elkin. Then we have Matheson, Corner, Condon and Donnelly, Harrod, Carey, McAdoo and Kenny. And then we have behind them Barry Graham and Gerard Datt.
Yeah, Barry Graham had a wee slip off there earlier on, and very lucky again to be on his feet. And I seen him walking up the paddock there, so great to see him walking. Hopefully he'll get that Super Sport machine up and running again.
Okay. Jeez, I can't stop me on.
So the Superbike Cup machines, please. The Superbike Cup machines to the holding area. I don't know whether you can hear us too well over the tannoy. But if you can't, hopefully you've got signal, you can watch on and listen on YouTube at Comedy Corner 72 YouTube channel. The last time here it was a success. They were listening in the garages and they were able to hear. And unfortunately the tannoy around the track is slightly older than himself, so it's got some teething problems, and only a couple of speakers working from what I heard earlier on when Jack was talking.
So this Superbike Cup, and just looking, I know it's only 2 rounds into the championship. Rossi Dobson there at the 2 wins, and great to see Rossi there moving up into the Superbike Cup. Shawnee Smith there is in second place and 40 points behind Rossi. Jordan McAdoo.
The final call there, Jack, because they've switched around here.
Yeah, just a final call then for the Superbike Cup class. That's the final call for Superbike Cup. We have been calling them.
Joe calls them there constantly.
We're just getting shouted at because nobody can hear us around it. But yeah, the Superbike Cup, this is the final call then for the Superbike Cup class. That's the final call for the Superbike Cup class to the holding area. And then, as far as I know, Jack, we're going to run the Superbike Pro then after that. Just to give them a wee time to catch their breath after jumping off the 600 machines.
Exactly. So our apologies to the Paddy Gary if you can't hear us. Unfortunately, that's out of our control. Looks like Chris Duncan just basically looking across the barriers down below me. Hope his helmet is dried out after Saturday.
Yeah, the best thing you can do is, especially in this weather, keep your helmet on, or you'll end up your hair. Once your hair gets wet, your visor starts steaming up. But I'm sure he had the hair dryer on that helmet after Saturday, getting the face washed. But it was good to see he's up and he was okay and continued racing the rest of the day. See some Superbike pro riders just turning around there.
There's Aaron McBride there going back.
Yeah, so just a reminder, it's the Superbike Cup. So now it's the Superbike Cup class to the holding area, if you can.
So it looks like Ron Waters there just trying to keep himself warm there. Number 151.
Yeah, just wrapping himself around the generator and the tire warmers.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea. So again, Superbike Cup machines, please, to the holding area. What, there's one machine in
That's all.
the holding area.
I see a couple more coming down there, but it's just they're getting mixed up between the Superbike Pro and the Superbike Cup riders. Some of them having to go back.
Yeah, that's the problem sometimes when you can't communicate with the paddock. But there's Mark Hewitt we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
So Mark Hewitt, I was saying in one of our podcasts we done at the beginning of the season, just talking about Mark Hewitt, and he would come to me now and again over the years for advice. He would say, "Oh, you know, what do I have to do to get my license? What do I have to do? Do I have to do a medical?" And yes, Mark, you have to do a medical. You have to do an eye test. And you have to do all this before, and he didn't have a clue. And this was 2 weeks before they were going out to do their testing here at Kirkistown. And so I thought nothing of it. Way man, told him to get a wee 650 or something, you know, an SP for your first time out. What does he do? He goes out and buys one of the most powerful machines on the market. And to be fair to him, he's took to it like a duck to water. And the BMW 1000R, by the time you put a pipe on it, you map it, do whatever, you're probably talking 220 horsepower, you know, and he's obviously is not deterring him too much.
No, well, fifth place on Saturday in the second race.
Mm-hmm.
Great start.
Great performance by Mark Hewitt, and only ever been on that bike twice before. You know.
There's the championship leader there, Rossi Dobson, and the black machine number 66. And just behind him is Damien Horan.
Yeah, great to see Rossi doing so well at Bishop's Court there on the machine. He jumped on the timing screens and I was like, no, I can't be right. I was flicking through the program just to see, and he was indeed. He was entered his first season on the Superbike.
So Damien Horan now residing in Moira, and all the way from, I think, around the Mullingar area originally from. There's 2-1 Nicky Burns.
Yeah, I think I don't think Damien had much of a choice. He had to move to Moira, did he, Jack? You're saying nothing. Yeah, Damien, he's been riding. He's a seasoned road racer, and he's been riding for as long as I can remember. So I've took a lot of advice off Damien. And lucky enough, he's not taking any advice off me.
I know there's 2 years in it now when it comes to that.
I know.
So they're number 170 there, Amantas Montvelas, alongside him, and number 939, and that's Jamie Johnson on the J&J Racing Yamaha 211, and that's Nicky Burns on the McKillop Racing Suzuki, and then down there that's John Bourne, another the Wexford crew, number 20.
Yeah, Amantas Montvelas on Saturday.
Fine.
Oh, he must have been in the right headspace. He just disappeared, absolutely flying, so he was. And it's great to see Nicky Burns as well. A father of his, another seasoned road racer, Darren Burns, but they sealed a new sponsorship deal with McKillop Motorcycles just at Kirkistown on a track day here. after the first round of Bishop's Court. So it's great to see everything coming together for young Burns and the team. Very good gore. They bought that 1000cc Suzuki from Mad Bros Racing, Gary McCoy. Haven't seen Gary this or today right enough, but he was out in Saturday. But they bought that. That was an ex Gary McCoy. But okay. I'm looking forward to see how he goes today because he's pretty good in wet conditions.
So Conor McDonald, another rider just going out there in the Kawasaki. Damien Carson, 31. The newcomers, Kieran McCabe.
Yeah, so just a reminder for the paddock that this is the Superbike Cup class. So out next will be the Superbike Pro. So that's the Superbike Pro machines. Please make your way to the holding area. Here's Mark Hewitt right away, pushing that BMW hard.
Rossi Dobson there in fourth place. Mantis Von Velas. Also through Nicky Bourne, Damien Horan, Jamie Johnson, Jordan McCord, Robert Toner, Conor McDonald, all through, John Bourne, Michael Press.
Conor McDonald doing a great job on that ZX10 machine as well. Last year he was riding an the older R1. It was like an old slipper. I used to wind him up, and the Fireblade. Then he went for the newer one. Don't know what happened. He mustn't have gelled with it too well, so he went converted to the Kawasaki after that.
Resplendent in the colours of his late brother Eugene, the white and green. Eugene started racing in those colours.
So we're expecting Mark Hewitt to be one of the first machines.
There he goes.
Yes, indeed. Just as the front wheel lifts up there, 107.680 for Mark straight away. So he's just getting through a wee bit of traffic there on the slow riders just in front.
Rossi Dobson there at sixth, Damien Horan at fifth. Nicky Bourne says he's fast there. He's in eighth. Conor McDonald now up in the sixth place.
Yeah, Rossi Dobson again is going to take a wee while for him to get used to these conditions. He hasn't rode that 1000cc beast in the wet. He'll take as much time in this qualifying session as he can. It's a long day. There's plenty of time to get used to that 200 brake horsepower machine in the wet.
Damien Carson is on top of the pile at number 31, 106.177. But Hewitt down is 1.5 seconds quicker than Hewitt.
Jordan McCord in third there with a 108.298. Paul Domain in fourth with a 108.381. Ronan Waters then in fifth so far, a 108.396. Mark Hewitt away past, completing his personal best, a 106.935 for Mark Hewitt, and staying in that second place. We're just seeing what Damien Carson can do this next time round.
Both Damien Horan and Conor McDonald have slipped down. Conor McDonald, back up in the fifth place. McDonald with a lap of 108.148. Damien Horan has slipped back down into 10th.
Yeah, Damien Horan, a very good wet weather rider as well, but he had a wee slip off on Saturday. So he's maybe just starting to get he has to build his confidence again.
So Carson faster again, that time 105.149.
Carson's really on a mission now, straight out of the blocks. Fastest lap, a 105.149 is very respectable in these conditions. Mark Hewitt then a 106.935. Just looking further down the order, still Rossi Dobson there, and just ahead of Nicky Burns.
You wonder is he struggling with the weather on the big bike?
I would say as Jack is taming one of these things in the wet. Nicky Burns, I was just about to say, he jumps up into fifth place there, a 106.612 for Nicky Burns. But we're just going to talk about Nicky there. His first ever time on a Superbike, he was riding a Supersport 300 machine, maybe 40 brake horsepower, not if you're lucky. And his first time on a Superbike, he jumps on the JMC roof in Suzuki here at Kirkistown. and it absolutely lashing it down. Remember a couple of years ago, he was in the programme for riding the 300. He wasn't entered on the Superbike, but they were kind enough to let him out. He did very well. I think in the cup class, I think he's running top 5 there. But after jumping off a 300cc machine,
Yeah, it's not easy.
no.
So there's Mark Hewitt now with back on top of the pile, 104.629. Oh, Jay Jordan McCord, 104.570. So McCord on that now.
That's another rider this season that surprised me, Jordan McCord. He's doing very well. The big bike seems to suit him a wee bit better, with his smoother riding style, and the smaller bikes is a wee bit too ragged for him, I think.
So Conor McDonald down in 10th now, back up in the 6, 105.936 at that time. With McCord 84.299 miles per hour. Mark Hewitt 84.222. Damien Carson 83.550. Ronan Waters 83.462. And Rossi Dobson 82.893. He's up in the 5th now, just ahead of McDonald.
Mantas Montevez there as well in 11th place. So that's not really where he wants to be at this stage of the day, especially after winning 2 races in a row at Bishop's Court on Saturday. Here's Mark Hewitt right out the white line. That trying to keep the front end of that BMW down. I don't think them wings are working on that.
No, definitely not. 104.4, a 326 for Hewitt. The gap between him and Jordan McCord now, 0.244. Damien Horan going through 106.820. Conor McDonald now was in 6th. He's dropped down to 8 now. So there's Almantas. That's his best lap, but it still keeps him in 11th place, 109.202. Oh, Damien Carson, 104.075. Hugh, 104.326. 0.251, but just between them, Gareth, nothing between them.
There is nothing between these 3 at all here. And Jordan McCord, if he's slowing down maybe a wee bit that last lap at 105.041, but Mark Hewitt doesn't look to be doing any slowing down at all.
Oh, he's really struggling to keep that front wheel on the ground.
He needs to really wrestle that BM and hang over the front of it. And the problem with that is you're losing milliseconds there, Jack. And at the minute, the way the timing screens are looking, every millisecond is counting at the.
That's just the old saying, there's no road in the sky.
There's no road in the sky, no, definitely not.
So Gareth Donald puts in his fastest lap, but he's still only in 8th place. His best was up into 6th earlier on.
Yeah, Damien Horn then just behind. He's up in the 9th there for Damien on 106.508. His best lap was on the last lap, so getting his confidence back, starting to build up that wee bit. Nicky Burns down in the 10th, and Amantas Montevez still holding on that 11th place. Amantas posting a 109.202. So maybe Amantas not really suited, not a fan of these conditions. So at the minute it's Damien Carson, a 104.075. And just while we're on that, please, Superbike Pro machines, please, to the holding area. That's Superbike Pro machines to the holding area as quickly as you can. So Jordan McCord then in 2nd place at 104.207. Mark Hewitt has been demoted to 3rd place at 104.316, and that was his best lap there. And he had a wee bit of traffic to contend with as well on that lap. So hopefully he'll get something. He'll get another free lap here. He can better that time. But Rossi Dobson up in the 4th place at 104.613. Ronan Waters in 5th at 104.846. Paul Demain in 6th at 105.116. Jamie Johnson in 7th at 105.516 for Jamie.
Amantas not making any inroads really there, and then he's dropped down now into 12th place. So
either issues with the machine or just can't get that wet setup. Sometimes the bikes are more suited. They're better in the dry than they are in the wet, some of them. But Jordan McCord goes pole length, and so far as the checkered flag is being ready, so And Rossi Dobson up into second place now, so he's fairly getting used to these conditions on that big bike.
119 of a second behind Jordan McCord. Hewitt third. Carson fourth. Nothing really between them, Gareth. There's only 0.38 over a second between the first four riders.
This is shaping up to be. There was some good racing later on in this cup class. So Roman Waters at 104.846. Paul Demain in sixth with a 105.116. So even Paul Demain isn't too far off getting down into the 104s at the minute. That's the number 52. And so Paul Demain does go down in the 104s and goes up into fifth place at 104.738 for Paul Demain. So we're just looking then for, as the checkered flag goes out, just for the Superbike Pro class. That's the checkered flag. Superbike Pro. Mark Hewitt, a massive wheelie across the line. Huge wheelie. He obviously came across some traffic or made a mistake, and he knew he was going to better that lap of 107.593. But Rossi Dobson goes pole. So Rossi Dobson goes pole and takes the checkered flag at 103.335. Rossi, just a lovely build up there right from the start of qualifying. He took his time, he done the right thing, he used his head, and he built that up from 14th, just chipped away. That's it, from 14th, and now on pole at 103.335. Jordan McCord in second at 103.695. Mark Hewitt at 104.009. Damien Carson in fourth, and he's just across the line there with Paul Demain behind him. Damien Carson at 104.075. Paul Demain at 104.587. And Ronan Waters in sixth at 104.840.
But it's not the essence of a competent rider that just chips away and does nothing madness. It's the feel of the bike in the conditions it's in it there. Chipped away and bang. Last lap 103.335.
Yeah, that just shows how how mature he is as a rider, but even for him being so young, as a person himself, going to talk to him, like he's the oldest, what, 18, 19? He's the oldest 18-year-old I've ever met in my life.
Sorry, control, what was that again? Sorry.
Roger, and Superbike Pro now.
Yeah, so another shout for.
And lunch, an early lunch break.
So a shout for the Superbike Pro class, please.
Superbike Pro, Roger.
Okay, Roger, Jim.
So that's the Superbike Pro to the holding area as quickly as you can, and then we're going into lunch break. We're going to have an early lunch break after this Superbike Pro qualifying session.
Superbike Pros are there, and that's number 12, that's Keelan Ryan. Keelan, the Tullamore rider there on the Troyson McMullen Kawasaki. Alongside him is number 324, and that was one of the 600s. He was struggling earlier on. Gareth, he got a lap.
Yeah, that's Dean Graham, so that's his first time on this Super Sport 600 machine. He's again building to it. He rode a Super Sport 300 machine. Well, it was meant to be a 400, but it actually turned out it was a 300 Super Sport machine. But he was riding it, and again getting used to the power of that 600.
So there's Daniel Matheson, and he's followed by Dean Campbell. So the track is live, folks. And there's the big winner from Saturday, Ryan Gibson.
Look at this, another legend out on track. Paul Cranston, never fails to appear.
Dean McMaster, and he's followed by 92. You know, we were in talking about Paul Cranston on Saturday, Gareth, Brian McCormick, their number 111 on the road has Cow.
Yeah.
You know, but we're talking about Paul Cranston. That I remember standing at the Ulster Grand Prix, and he was riding the 500, winning the 500 race at the Ulster Grand Prix.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
something to hear yesterday.
Yep.
I think it was around 80, possibly around 83, maybe.
I think, yeah, looking up, I remember looking into some stats about Paul a couple of years ago, and it was at 83, as far as you know, 500, and he rode, he said 750s, and he's Northwest 200 winner, Ulster Grand Prix winner, you know, absolute legend, and still, now a TZ 750 is an animal to ride, but these superbikes are even more, and for him being whatever age he is, I don't want to put out his age, but he's older than me and you,
Yeah,
say, Jack.
Maybe me and you combined.
I'm still out there trucking it and showing the young bucks where to go there. A big wheelie across the line for Paul Cranston there. Just behind Dean McMaster on the JMC roof and Kawasaki. See here, coming through on the Honda, the Supersport machine. And 111 of Brian McCormick the way through.
Oh, no, the head staggers.
That was Ross Irwin going through on the Magic Bullet machine on. Kyle Cross as well getting a head staggered across there. Maybe sometimes what happens is the riders in dry conditions, the bikes are very hard, they're very stiff. Wet conditions, they tend to soften everything off, maybe 2 clicks or 3 clicks, sometimes you can go a wee bit far. And what has happened there, actually, exactly what's happened to Kyle Cross, the back end of his machine is far too soft now. So what, with the way the track is, it's coming down this wee bit of a hill, the back end is squatting and it's lifting the front, so the front's not able to load as they're coming past the start and finish straight here. And that could actually potentially be what happened with Mark Hewitt as well, the back end of that machine. Just that wee bit too soft and squatting too much. And then you get the wind underneath and it starts shaking the front end of the machine.
So far, Daniel Matheson is top of the pile, 103.437. Ryan Gibson, 104.347. Dean McMaster, 104.894. Dean Campbell, 105. 300. Ryan McCormick,
in the wet, he got Christian and Corry McGreevy at the same time.
there he is now faster again, 102.161.
Here's Dean McMaster coming on the start and finish. Just behaving himself so far. Just coming out on the middle of the road and not using as much as the track as Johnny Campbell ever did.
But he's up one place there on the time, he's up in the third now. Campbell Matheson, 102.270.
Speaking of Johnny Campbell using a bit of more of the track than he should, out onto the curb, coming on the start and finish straight here. So this is going to be a great lap from Johnny, no doubt.
And Johnny Campbell has actually relegated Dean McMaster to fourth. Johnny Campbell has gone toward 103.219. Dean McMaster 103.270.
Great to see Dean Campbell out again, isn't it, Jack? He's currently in 5th place. Oh, Kyle Cross having a few problems there trying to select gear. Just hear the limiter of that Kawasaki below us.
Matheson faster again, that time 100.975, 89.269 miles per hour.
Marty Lennon up into the 7th place, Graham McAleese getting the hang of that. Big Suzuki ahead, Kyle Cross 9th, Brian McCormick in 10th, Aaron McBride 11th, Stephen McAdoo in 12th. Stephen McAdoo was disappointed he's not out in the Moto 3 machine this year. It was great to see him. He was up at the pointy end of the Moto 3 machines, and he was up the pointy end of the Superbikes as well last year. You can see there at the minute Paul Cranston's just ahead of him.
Johnny Campbell up in the second there, 100.984, just 0.009 of a second behind Matheson.
Graham McAleese, a big wheelie across the line there. And of course teammates with Nicky Burns on the both on Suzuki's then. Here's Matheson. Faster again for Matheson there. A 1 minute .799 for Matheson. Johnny Campbell up in the 2nd place, a 1 minute 984 for Johnny. Here's Ryan Gibson out on the right line there, and Dean Campbell closely behind him.
Ryan now up into 12th place. Alan Kenny on third. 3.055. Oh, Johnny Campbell, 59.9. Brian McCormick in and back out again. Johnny Campbell, only rider under the 1 minute. So it's 90.855 miles per hour on that four there for Johnny Campbell. Daniel Matheson 100.799. Gap now almost a second between Johnny Campbell and Daniel Matheson.
Oopsie. Graham McAleese, sorry Jack, just getting caught up in behind Chris Duncan there. Chris Duncan riding the big Yamaha R1. But I thought he was going to try and move up the inside of Deaders, but he thought second of it. So I think he's struggling to get past Chris Duncan there, and he's landing 10th there at the minute at 104.349 was the best time. So that's going to be difficult for him in these conditions to get past Chris, because they're sort of running similar times at the minute.
Ryan Gibson, his best lap that time at 101.326. Almost 1.5 seconds behind Daniel Matheson.
Another fastest lap there from Johnny Campbell, even though he was in that much traffic. He was sandwiched between three different riders there, running Kyle Cross, Ross Irwin, Dean McMaster, and Graham. I think Graham McAleese was one of them there too, so and was still able to post another best time.
Ross Irwin there, his best lap there in fourth place, 101.762. Daniel Matheson faster again that time, but still at 100.377. He's chipped away down to 0.716 behind Johnny Campbell.
Kyle Cross just away through there as well. He's down into 8th place now. Kyle does not look comfortable on that machine at all. He's nearly shutting off halfway down the start and finish straight. It's as if the bike's wanting to shake the front end too much. He has no option but to sort of close the throttle. But here's Dean McMaster across the line. Dean McMaster down to 9th place.
And I just see that Johnny Campbell faster again that time, 59.493. He's now pulled that gap out to Matheson now to 0.884 of a second.
A big wheelie there for Paul Cranston and Brian McCormick in behind Paul.
Brian McCormick in 12th, Paul Cranston in 15th. Brian McAleese now up to 10th to his best lap, 103.568.
Oh, you just hear the traction control working there. That's Duncan's R1 machine through Deaders, finds right over, and you can hear the throttle bodies opening and the traction control just kicking in.
Ryan Gibson, his fastest up there on lap 8, 100.517.
Alan Kenny across the line, the front end ladder R1 shaking badly as well. 4th place there. Dean McMaster up into 7th. Kyle Cross still in that 8th place, so Kyle Cross isn't looking happy out there at all. Daniel Matheson was running with Chris Duncan there. He's already caught up past Graham McAleese, so that was a whopper of a lap from Daniel Matheson, 101.972 that time. So just another call then. It's lunchtime after this, Jack, again, isn't it?
Yes.
So we're having an early lunch break.
Ryan Gibson not making much headway into his lap that time, 100.705.
Ryan Gibson away, he's out in his own, he hasn't really got much to judge unless he's getting a good pit board from his team just to show what Johnny Campbell's doing.
So Keelan Ryan moves up one pace up into 11th. His best lap that time, 103.463.
Graham McAleese down into 12th place, just behind Keelan Ryan there. Graham McAleese, a fantastic pilot, and he seems to gel better with the lightweight super sport machines that McCulloch Racing Kawasaki. Dean Campbell there in the distance is just in making some adjustments.
Ryan McCormick best lap, 103.586. He's in 14th place. Oh, Ryan Gibson's gone second. And the checkered flag.
Yeah, just looking, Kyle crossed the line there, and it looks like he's got gearbox issues actually, because he tried to engage fourth and fifth gear, and the two of them he had to kick them in, and fifth gear it more or less crunched in, so you could be maybe talking clutch problems there. Hopefully he hasn't destroyed the gearbox before they get racing. Marty Lennon across the line there.
Race control to Chris, come on please.
The number 5 machine. He's in 10th place at the minute. Brian McCormick in the way through, and Daniel Matheson on his last lap there. So Daniel Matheson in 3rd place. That was Kyle Cross away through. Let's see where he slots in. So up in the 6th place then for Kyle. And hopefully he can get them issues sorted before the race later on. But it's Johnny Campbell on pole, a 59.493. Ryan Gibson in 2nd, a 1 minute 106. Daniel Matheson in 3rd, a 1 minute 0.377. Ross Irvin in 4th, a 101.077. Alan Kenny in 5th, a 101.231. Kyle Cross grabbed something back there the last couple of laps. He's in 6th, a 101.750. Aaron McRae in 7th, a 101.776. Dean Campbell in 8th, a 101.792. Dean McMaster 9th, a 102.272. And the top 10s round up by Marty Lennon, a 102.832.
So that's the lunch break now, and the clerk of the course has asked all personnel to be back in situ at 12:30, please. All personnel, medical marshals, and all volunteers back and ready to start the first race at 20-1. So that's it, folks. We'll just take our own lunch break here now. So that's it, 12:30 for a 20-1 start.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just while it's quieting down here a wee bit,
Cheers, Terry. Gee, thanks.
we'll Brett McCallum, first of all. So Brett McCallum, your trophy from Saturday is up in the timekeeper's hut here. So you're owed a trophy from Saturday if you want to make your way to the timekeeper's hut, and you can collect it. Lucky dip winners then. So we're doing a lucky dip from sign on this morning, and all the lucky dip winners, please make your way back to sign on and you can collect your prize there. So in the Moto 1, the winner is Joey Hennessy. So Joey Hennessy, you can pick up your 50 quid courtesy of Cloud9. So thanks very much to Cloud9 for donating the £50 prize to Joey Hennessy. In the Supersport Pro is number 12, William Donnelly. So 50 quid to William Donnelly, and that is courtesy of Pit Lane Cafe here at Kirkistown, where we've all been getting our chips and burgers over lunchtime. Supersport 300, number 916 of Matthew Watson, and you get a voucher for Kirkistown Track Days. So that's courtesy of Kirkistown Track Days. Then the winner, number 104, John Martin. So John Martin, another 50 quid courtesy of Jane Bustard here of the B&D Club Secretary. So all the winners, could you please go to sign on where you can collect your prize. So we'll be starting here very shortly. The stewards are just having their meeting at the minute, and we'll be getting things underway very, very shortly.
Dragon Horse is just here with us in situ, and he wants all his officials' fees to be in place. It is now 12:34 and he wants to get going at 12:40. So any Martin's first aid people, you're required back at your station, as all the Moto 1 riders are in the paddock, and he must insist to, the Dragon Horse insisting that no under 18s are allowed to help anyone in the paddock, especially I know there's a lot of younger riders out there in this Moto 1 class, but no under 18s allowed in pit lane.
Attention paddock, could Josh Corner please come to the control tower? That's Josh Corner to the control tower. What? Oh, sign on. Sorry, Josh Corner to sign on. If you could make your way to the signing on. Is that even working? Attention paddock, that's Josh Corner. Please make your way to sign on. just another reminder, if you're finding it difficult to hear any announcements or whatnot, please tune into our YouTube channel, Commentary Corner 72. You can hear all the important announcements, and again, listen to the wonderful Jack Corry talking some sense and me talking some rubbish.
Jeez, I don't know about that.
Okay, folks, the stewards of the meeting are doing their inspection of the track and just going through some paperwork. But the Moto race 1 of the day in your programme, and you can see the majority of them, if not all of them, are lined up on the dummy area, which is great to see. Bale McCarthy there with IMC jacket on, just down to the left of us here. And we were saying earlier that most of the riders, probably 80% of the riders in this class, have all came from the IMC Championship. You can see them there with their newcomer bibs on, and they'll have to wear them all season now, as well as in other separate classes. Even the Superbike classes, some newcomers have braved the 200 horsepower beasts to go out for their season, for the first season in the Ulster Superbike Championship.
back. The klaxon is ready just down below us. The riders are in the assembly area. And Gareth, like we you had some excellent racing on Saturday at Bishop's Court. I was there to watch it myself. But the young man at the top of the pile in the championship at the minute is Isaac Mark. Fionn Stevens is sadly not with us today. Joey Hennessy is third in the championship. Matthew Corry fourth. Buster Sherman Boyd fifth, and Matt Davis in the sixth. So practice this morning. Isaac Mark was top of the pile again this morning. Will we see a close race this time?
I'm not sure. Going by the time sort of mid-qualifying there, it was looking like Isaac Mark. It was going to be close between him and Stevens, but as qualifying went on, it was sort of looking like Isaac Mark. I think he was 2 seconds ahead, or nearly 2 seconds ahead then of Stevens. So I don't know. It'll be interesting no matter what we're going to see here anyway.
So the barriers are removed. The track is now live.
Yeah, it was getting a wee bit busy there in the assembly area. We've never seen Hubert Tomasky going out, but hopefully they got that bike sorted from qualifying. Hopefully they only retired and they're able to get back out on the grid.
So with the lunch break taken early, folks, we're straight into racing. So we have a 16 or a 14 race program because the sidecars have been cancelled. So the next class should be shortly making their way into the assembly area, and that's the first of the big three classes: the President's Cup for the Super Twin, Production Twin, and Free Injection class. So please, Paddock, Super Twins, Production Twins, and Free Injection start getting themselves towards the assembly area. This is a 7-lap race.
Yeah, I already see some Super Twin riders with their helmets and all on. Just keep them dry as well, although it has stopped raining here at Kirkistown, and track temperature is up to near 10 degrees now. So the thing is with this track, it's very abrasive and it dries very quickly. So although we're not seeing much of a dry line at the minute, but fingers crossed throughout the day it will get drier and the sun will come out here at Costadale, Kirkistown. So there's Isaac Mark already sitting with Stevens alongside, and there's that lovely wee 125 Aprilia of Christian Boyles.
Number 907 alongside him is Jack Ferguson. Then we have number 903, and that's Joey Hennessy, another of that crew from the Wexford area here with us, 65. The only non-newcomer there, that's Matthew Corry. And then 957 completes the front row, and that is Buster Sherman Boyd on the Team Wood Tianda.
Yeah, that's one of the Davy Hamilton machines there, number 907. Unfortunately, his young fella crashed at Bishop's Court there on Saturday on a moped or an electric scooter, unfortunately, so, and did his collarbone in. Not a great start to the season, but it would have been good to have him on the grid. And he was also planned to be riding the 250 Honda belonging to Davy Hamilton as well. So unfortunately we'll not see him this weekend, but they're giving the go-ahead to watch the lights. And away they go. Stevens, what a cracker start there from Stevens. And he's took the whole shot by the looks of it into the first corner.
A good dry line into Deaders.
Absolutely flat out, especially just off the line in one of these machines. You'll be holding her flat stick through here. It's real fast. Deaders dip around the left hand side. It's called Deaders dip because if you get the line right, there's actually a dip right in the middle of it. It can upset the bike, but if you set it up straight away after, then you're in line good for Colonials 1 and 2. So it is still Stevens at the front. That looks like Isaac Mark chasing him down as they're entering the chicane.
And ready for a wee bit of a gap.
Yeah, they've already put the gap to third place. They haven't indeed. So Stevens got really good drive there out of the chicane on the back straight. And we have heard from one of our
Isaac Mark.
look at the speed of that Yamaha.
Yes.
The live chat on YouTube. So the Tanda 300 is, I think it was only, as I said, it was 15 brake horsepower or something, but or the Yamaha, sorry, 300. So it's got more brake horsepower than the Tandas do. So a wee bit of advantage there in the Yamaha 300.
Here he comes on the inside line as he goes side by it.
There doesn't look like much of a speed difference there.
No. Mark, no, he doesn't know it. Up the nose off of Stevens.
So the 300 had to get tucked back in behind the Toyota here, and such a small frame as well on the riders, never mind the machines.
So Joey Hennessy third, Buster Sherman Boyd fourth, Matt Davison fifth, Matt Corry sixth, Christian Boyle seventh, Jack Ferguson eighth, Rory Creed ninth, Harley Smith 10th, Kira Cahoon in 11th, Hubert Thomas Esky, he's got himself going, and he's in 12th place.
So it's still Finn Stevens at the lead, coming out of Fisherman's into the chicane. It looked like Isaac Mark was trying to ride round the outside of him there, just on the brakes. And further down the field as well, there's a bit of chopping and changing going on.
Look at the drive he's got out of that, but Yamaha up alongside him as he come in. Who's the better on the brakes?
Yeah, we're going to see the Toyota work hard there as Stevens moves over to the right hand side and gets it up the inside, but can he make it stick as the disappear behind the buildings here? It looks like Stevens running just a wee bit wide there, but Isaac Mark trying to go around the outside of him.
They're side by side again. Isaac Mark comes down alongside him. Alright, just gets the weight in front of him. Passes at 140 and 814. Young Stevens 140 and 857. Joey Hennessy 140 and 985. So 0.025 a second between Mark and Stevens.
Joey Hennessy a lonely third place there, but he'll be happy enough to take that last step up the podium if he can keep that where he is. Buster Sherman Boyd doing a fantastic job there, just in behind fourth. And Matt Davison, much as where he was on Saturday, still in that fifth place.
Stevens just pulled in a little bit of a gap there as he come into the chicane.
I think that's Isaac Mark. Isaac Mark has pulled on a bit of a gap. Where did he make that manoeuvre? I think Stevens maybe might have ran wide somewhere, but it looks like Isaac Mark has pulled a bit of a gap on Stevens already.
I think I had to put the specs on.
I got mine on, Jack.
Alright.
So here we go into the hairpin then. Isaac Mark leads this Moto 1 race. And just a shout then please for the Super Twins, Production Twins and the pre-injection machines to the holding area please. So Isaac Mark and Stevens on the start and finish straight. It looks like he's already pulling away.
Yes. The gap was 0.025 the last time, now it's 1.834, Gareth, so almost 2 seconds.
Oh, he definitely made a mistake somewhere.
Yes.
Although fastest lap goes to Isaac Mark a 1:11.533, Finn Stevens a 1:13.342.
Joey Hennessy third, Buster Sherman Boyle fourth, Matthew Corry fifth, Matt Davison sixth, Jack Ferguson seventh, Christian Boyles in eighth.
Christian Boyle's trying to move up the inside there of Jack Ferguson. I don't think that was going to work at Deaders.
So Kira Cahoon goes through in ninth, then Rory Creed 10th, Harley Smith 11th.
And they're already coming on the slower riders, Jack.
Hubert Tomeski there is actually machine gun bias, and it does not sound too good at all.
That machine sounded
Rough.
pretty sick on Saturday as well, Jack. I don't think they've been able to sort that out. Hopefully whoever's spanner in that machine has heard that, or I'm sure the rider knows themselves. But back at the front then, as I say, they're already slower riders getting caught. Isaac Mark coming on the start and finish straight here, and a huge gap now back to Finn Stevens. He crosses line, fastest lap again for Mark, 1:11.281. Finn Stevens crossing the line. That gap's massive now, over 5.5 seconds, nearly 6 seconds now. A 1:13.342. Joey Hennessy through a 1:14.985. German Buster Boyd and Matthew Curry, by the looks of it, still ahead of Matt Davison. Looks like Christian Boyles hasn't been able to do anything about Jack Ferguson on the Hamilton racing machine. Still ahead and starting to leave him the Aprilia behind a wee bit. So looking back at the chicane, so Isaac Mark already hitting the pit lane cafe, and Stevens only coming out of the chicane now. So deja vu from Saturday, Jack.
The gap was 5.74 the last time, Gareth. Speed for Isaac is 76.363 miles per hour. And here's our leader now. And again, he's increased to 1:11.239. Not a lot, but the gap is definitely pulled.
Oh, it's
Oh, it's nearly double, nearly
It has.
over 9 seconds now.
just over 9 seconds for behind is Finn Stevens, Joy Hennessy as well. The gap's up to 7.829. But Sherman Boyd, sorry, is looks like he's catching Joy Hennessy just that wee bit.
Those top 4, Gareth, top 5 all putting in constantly fast lap. Matt Davison also fast at that time. 1:16.958 for Davison, Sherman Boyd 1:15.885.
Just see Andy Mack there just getting the last lap flag ready. So if the Super Twins, Production Twins and the pre-injection machines could please make their way to the holding area as quickly as they can. Yeah, Jack, the track's starting to dry out a lot now. You can see a lot of dry patches even down here at the start and finish. So Isaac, Mark and the rest of them all posting fastest laps, personal best here.
All the first 12 have actually posted, and there's the last lap flag gone out for Isaac Mark.
And that machine of Hubert Tomaski does not sound well at all. Even struggling to get gears, that's the problem as well when a bike's misfiring. It's hard to get the gearbox up to speed as well, and with the engine messing about like that, and you really do have to shut it off and nearly stop the machine to get it up a gear.
Gap now between Mark and Stevens. He pulled out another 3 seconds on him in that lap. 12.452. Joey Hennessy.
From race control to all radio operators, just the bikes are assembly.
So they're just trying to sort themselves out here. A wee bit of confusion, I think, on the grid. And the Super Twins, they elbow and bash their way through the front to where they belong. But I think just maybe overshot the number 12 machine of Paul Demain.
Mike Carr pushed back, that is.
Yeah,
That's
Marty
like,
Lennon.
that's like, that reminds you of some of the old start lines years ago. You could have 12 across.
You had it, yeah. You could have, the whole grid here could have went in the front row. Yeah, Marty Lennon just shaking his head there a wee bit. I'm not sure what was happening, but I think a wee bit of confusion. Let me see, Paul Demain is meant to be 4th on the grid according to our screens here. And Stephen Love.
Marty Lennon looks lost.
Yeah, Marty Lennon's meant to be back in 8th position, so he's further back in the field. So we'll have to sort ourselves out here. Might have to do another warm-up lap as well.
Brett McCallum there, he's totally in the wrong place altogether. He's in the 2nd row, he should be on the 3rd row.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to do another warm-up lap here, but it's the confusion there is. They're on the wrong grid positions. I think we're just going to go racing anyway, by the looks of it. They're a wee bit staggered here, but they're told to watch the lights, and away they go.
Oh, look on the Creamy.
Great start for McCready. All the confusion didn't confuse him anyway. His goal was to get into the first corner, and way in the lead already. I thought maybe they would have made them do another warm-up lap there, but they were well enough spread out. We were able to start this race. So Corry McGreevy in the lead on bank, and then you can actually see from here how much lean angle Corry McGreevy uses through Fisherman's, even in these wet conditions.
Superbike Cup, riders please, assembly area, Superbike Cup.
So coming out of the chicane already for Corry McGreevy. Chris Nalkin just in behind. That looks like maybe Stephen Love there as they're heading to the chicane. That's 650. Nothing wrong with speed, that's 650 compared to these 600s. But well enough matched. Chris Nalkin backing it in sideways into the hairpin here and powering onto the start and finish straight.
Stephen over Paul Demain, is it?
It is Paul Demain in behind, yeah.
So they got between McCreevy and Elkin 1.712. Stephen Love fraction behind him, 0.185 in the second behind Elkin. Paul Demain 4. Stevie Master 7. Martin Lennon 8. John Martin 9. Johnny Irwin 10th. Michael Carr 11th and Brett McCallum 12th. And there's actually a pre-injection. There is 1,000 out there. You were red right. Robert Toner, he's in 13th. And Andy Farrell on the twin is in 14th.
That's a good start there from Robert Toner. Well, coming from 20th on the grid. Chris Duncan down in 15th position on the Aprilia. He's having difficulties with it on Saturday, and he's obviously haven't been able to get that sorted out. But now Chris Nelkin has a clear road ahead of him, and he's getting the head down to chase Corry McGreevy. Seems like pushing really hard. It looks like the gap last time was 1.712 of a second. It looks a wee bit less now. And it is indeed 1.39, so he is chasing down Corry McGravy. Chris Nelson posts the fastest lap of 101.362 compared to Corry's 101.682.
So Stephen Love toward Paul Demain, fourth, Robert Waddle, fifth, Trevor Elliott, 16, Massive, seventh.
Marty Lennon then, after that confusion on the start line, he is back down into 8th place. John Martin 9th, Johnny Irwin 10th, Chris Duncan down he's up into 11th place now, just ahead of Brett McCallum and Andy Farrell. We're coming on to start and finish. Look at Chris Nelson now. He's nearly within slipstreaming contention of Corry McGravy. Chris Nelson is fantastic to watch here at the hairpin. Corry McGravy as well as the two of them backing it in, throwing the back end of that bike into the hairpin to get it squared off and straightened up to get the power on the start and finish straight. Look at this, Chris Nelson right on him now.
1.392 the last time, it's 0.355. He's taken almost a second out of him.
Oh, he's really trucking it now. Chris Nelson, I was talking to him earlier at lunchtime, and he's looking as strong and as fit as he ever has, and he's really on a mission, and it's easy to see here today.
You know, Gareth, when you think back, the 2008 250 race at the Northwest, you know, with him and Michael and John McGuinness, Christian Elkin, and that's what, 16 years ago now, and he was still competitive.
You wouldn't believe it, that was 16 years ago.
Just look at the two of them together. He's right on the back wheel of McGreevy, who was the better run up the back straight.
You can see how big of McGreevy.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, Corry just getting the power on that wee bit earlier. Chris Nelson, I'm not sure whether Chris Nelson may be holding back that wee bit and just staying behind him. He doesn't want to show his wheel too early. He's thinking of a last minute dive.
McGreevy, I watched him on Saturday. He was very good at that sitting back for a lot of the race and coming back. 0.355 the last time, now it's 0.252. So by 1 of a second he's taken off that time, Christian.
Yeah, Chris Nelson, a really good pace. He's looking up the inside now. Clonan's one. Chris Nelson with a foot down.
No.
Oh, Corry McGravy closes the door. I think maybe the pace that Chris Nelson was carrying, it would have been better for him just to pass Corry McGravy. Now he's slowed down, it's going to be really hard for him to get that pace back up again.
So Stephen Love toward, Robert Waddell 4th, Paul Demain 5th, Trevor Elliott 6th, Marty Lennon 7th, John Martin 8th, Johnny Irwin 9th, Chris Duncan 10th, Robert Toner 11th, Andy Farr now up into 12th place, Billy Gayton, Brett McCallum.
Look at them coming down past the Pit Lane Cafe now. And Chris Nelson just wondering if he sets up a wee bit early. It looks like he lifted the head a wee bit there, just staying in behind Corry McGravy. So we're on the 4th lap, going on to the 5th lap now of the Superbike Cup. That's the Superbike Cup, the B race. Please make your way to the holding area.
Oh, it's gone out a bit. It was 0.252 the last time. Now it's 0.618 that McGreevy has. 0.618 of a second of a gap. Stephen Love now 8.7 behind McGreevy. And that's 4th, Robert Waddell at 4th. Paul Demain 5th. Trevor Elliott still in 6th. Marty Lennon should be next. He is indeed. He's in 7th. Then there's John Irwin, or John Martin and Johnny Irwin. Chris Duncan, Robert Toner and Andy Farr are the next 3 through. That's Duncan. And the Skerry's man out down in 12th place.
Still at the front, Corry McGravy from Chris Nelson and Stephen Love in a lonely 3rd place there. And it still looks like Robert Waddell. And I think Paul Demain maybe giving himself a wee bit too much work to do just to get up again into that 4th place. But they're coming into slower riders now as Corry McGravy got passed up the inside. Chris Nelson got caught behind and had to go the long way around through deaders, unfortunately, so the gap is now open.
Yes. He's lost a lot of drive.
And Corry McGravy now posting his times are down to 101.085 for Corry. He's starting to up the pace a wee bit, so it's going to be really hard for Chris Nelson to get back onto the tail end of Corry. So just a reminder then for the Superbike Cup class, that's the Superbike Cup to the holding area, please. Superbike Cup B race, that is.
So 6 of the 8 laps, so the last lap flag should be out the next time round. gap between McCreevy and Elkin. 0.342. So Nova still third, Rodwell fourth, Paul Demain fifth, Trevor Eddy is sixth, Marty Lennon seventh now, John Martin eighth, Johnny Ewan ninth, Chris Duncan 10th, Robert Hunter 11th, Andy Farr 12th.
Chris Nelkin just looking up there and looking over the right shoulder, just going past us here, and then again just before he tips in the deader. So hopefully there's nothing wrong with that machine, or he's just maybe finding the visibility a wee bit difficult, but he's still trucking on there. That last lap on 102.180, and that's with traffic. So catching, having to go the long way around and coming into a lot of traffic now. The pair of them, there's a lot of traffic ahead of them here.
1.229. He definitely that drive that he lost, that question lost that time. That's just that bit too much. Three riders in front of this should make it without interfering with them.
I think they will indeed, yeah. So well, maybe not, Jack. Oh, you see Corry McGreevy, yes, it should be okay as the checkered flag is getting ready now for Corry McGreevy to take his first win of the day from Christian Elkin, who posted the fastest lap on the last lap of 1:871. So we're looking now for the first of the pre-injection machines as Dave Walsh crosses the line on his Kramer number 7. Here he is, Stephen Love, to take the win on the pre-injection 600 class. And Robert Waddell, fourth on the road, and third Super Twin. Trevor Elliott doing a great job there to take second place in the pre-injection 600 from Paul Demain. Fourth in the Super Twin then was Marty Lennon, who finished up 7th on the road, who was a wee bit confused there on the start grid. And John Martin was the winner of the production twins from Tom Nicol and Brett McCallum. So next up then will be the Superbike Cup B races. So the Superbike Cup B race followed by the Super Sport Cup B race. And that's event 3 and 4 in your programs. So Superbike Cup.
Roger, thank you, John, and with your call when the last makes up.
Damien Horn are ready to go with the thumbs up. Damien came to me earlier and he says, you put the skull on me on Saturday commentaries, or the commentators cursed. But he was happy enough. He said his poor lady had to get out with a toothbrush and clean his leathers off after his excursion earlier in the day.
So Gareth, as I make it in the Ulster Superbike Championships at the minute, the first two in each class in the pre-injection won 600. Stephen Love has 95 points and Trevor Eddy at 85. In the production twin, John Martin with that win is 100 points. Brett McCallum now is in second at 65. And in the super twin, Corry McCreevy, clean sheet there of wins as 100 points, and 1, 2, 3, 4 second places. That leaves him on 80 points.
Okay, Roger. Just in across here as well. Okay, many thanks.
Good start to the season for Christian Elkin so far. He's always there, isn't he? He wants that championship, and he's got a great chance this season to do it. As I said earlier, he's as fit as ever, and he's really given it all this season. Of course, Christian Elkin building all his own engines and doing all his own work throughout the season and at the track as well. So you don't see an awful lot of that now with the riders doing most of the work. And sometimes it's difficult to concentrate on the race when you know, especially when you're mechanically minded. You hear a wee noise in the engine or something, and you bring it in, you check it out, and it could be nothing. But when you've got a lot of mechanical sympathy like Christian has, everything's going around in your head, whereas other riders, they leave all that worry down to their mechanics, you know. But well, it's great to see Christian still out, and as you said, 16 years ago was his, at the Northwest 200 on the 250. And not a 250 rider, believe it or not. I was surprised. I thought he did a few MROs, but I was talking to him last season, and he says, no, that was one of his only times ever riding a 250 machine.
So the Claxton Sounds for the Superbike Cup. Conor McDonald there, number 106 in the middle, 939, and that's Jamie Johnson, 211 alongside him, and that's Nicky Burns. And then on the outside is number 943, that's Aaron Ebbett.
It's only combined, I hope.
All right, right.
The screen.
So Damien Horley there alongside him, Almantas Montevilas. Then there's number 104 and 133. 133 is Robert Toner. 20 there at the back of that, and that is John Bourne from Wexford. So these lads will be going in the, oh thank you. These lads will be going in the Dobson and then be going in the Open, just the main Superbike race. When they no point worrying about championships and that's over.
I know there's no championship. There's just the.
It's a B race.
So it's a certain percentage of the qualifying goes into
Open race. Yeah.
From risk control to all radio operators, just the update us the things are simply the thing. Warm up area.
So again, another call for the Superbike B.
Keep you informed.
B race to the Holden area. A lot of times, Jack, they would incorporate the Supersport Cup in with the Superbike Cup just to fill the grids. There's not an awful amount of bikes on the grid here at the minute.
Well, there is a huge entry in the Supersport Cup class.
Yeah, so that's maybe just you're better off leaving it the way it is. But of course, a certain percentage of the riders that qualify within a percentage of the leader in the pro class qualify then for the pro class, and you maybe get. I think there was quite a few there then. So 6 cup riders have qualified for the pro, and the top cup rider then is obviously Rossi Dobson on the Tar Services Suzuki.
So basically the first 22 qualify for the pro race, and then the 23rd to the 32nd for the B race, hence the slightly smaller grid on this one.
So wait for the warm-up lap then. Jimmy Johnson lighting up on pole from Nicky Burns. Conor McDonald in 3rd place. Aaron Abbott lines up in 4th. Damien Horn first to the 2nd row in 5th. Almantas Montevilas in 6th. Michael Press in 7th. Robert Toner 8th. And Robert Toner just going back out after that pre-injection race. John Barron in 9th and Kieran McCabe in 10th place.
So newcomer Jamie Johnson there takes up pole position. So it's a bit easier looking to get the grid sorted than this one.
Yeah, and Nicky Burns taking up in the front row as well. I'm telling you, the nerves of the tripping him here at the minute as the green flag goes up and they're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, Conor, great start for him, but Jimmy Johnson away like a rocket in that R1 machine.
Conor McDonald having a serious job keeping the front wheel on the ground.
Just having a short shift there a wee bit and losing a wee bit of time. But it looks like they're all bunching together here going into Colonials 1.
And Conor McDonald up into 2nd place.
Yeah, he made short work there, trying to fix that bad start that he had already right in behind Jamie Johnson at Fisherman's. So they're all bunching up nicely, just coming out of Fisherman's, heading into the chicane here, and tipping right, trying to keep as tight as you can over to the right hand side so you can flick left and get the drive on. The bike stood up and get the drive on as best you can, and that's exactly what Jimmy Johnson has done on his R1 as he leaves Conor McDonald at the chicane, heading for the hairpin. And it's all tightened up here at the hairpin now, going on to the start and finish. It's still Jamie Johnson from Conor McDonald, but only just as they cross the line. It is Conor McDonald and Aaron Abbott. Amanda's Montina's got a great start as well. Damien Horn, Nicky Burns in 6th, John Barnes 7th, Robert Toner 8th, 9th Ciara McCabe, and 10th Michael Press.
And Aaron Abbott tried to go right round the outside of Conor McDonald into deaders.
You can't do that 3 deaders in these conditions.
And it still looks like Johnson from McDonald and Abbott in 3rd, Montevilas, BMW in 4th.
That BMW nearly pushed Aaron Abbott way out wide there as he tried to dive up the inside of Fisherman's, but Abbott closed the door on him and on the way to the chicane then. But Amanda's Montina's getting the power on in that big BMW and out past Abbott like a hot knife through cheese. Like that one.
Coming on, lad.
So here we go again. The back of it, and it gets a wee bit messy there at the hairpin.
Montevilas is in 3rd. Oh, he's gone back to 4th. He went very wide.
He ended up in Kirkhope there as he had the closer throttle and let Abbott back round again. Look, the fastest lap, Jack.
Damien Horn, the fastest lap there, 103.584. Jamie Johnson, 103.888. Conor McDonald, 103.853. Aaron Abbott is in 3rd, Montevilas. The gap between Johnson and Montevilas is 1.877.
Just another call then, please, for the Supersport Cup B race. So that's the Supersport Cup B race to the holding area. But look how close they are still all together, Jack, coming into the chicane. Johnson still can't shake them.
Montevilas definitely lost his drive, but Damien Horan is definitely catching up. The gap between him and Montevilas the last time was 0.485. And the gap between Johnson and McDonald was 0.798.
Yeah, Damien Horn definitely closer. Powers his BMW through the start and finish straight. Wee bit of a head staggers there as he crosses the line. Fastest lap that time goes to Aaron Abbott, a 102.748. So they're all still chasing down Jamie Johnson.
Damien Horan 0.96, almost a second now behind Montevilas, so he's lost a little bit of drive.
A few of them went, they got a wee bit messy at the hairpin there again, Jack, so I think Damien Horn was one of them. But look at Conor McDonald right in behind Jimmy Johnson now, looking away up the inside. Oh, Johnson closes the door on him. Right on him. He just has to get that bike stood up and get the drive. He's really struggling there to get the drive in that ZX10, but they are one with that. With the way that engine's set up, just stand the bike up and power through. But look at Conor on the brakes then.
Oh, he tries to go the long way around him.
Sometimes it's good to get a wider line at the hairpin because it's a very late apex, just so you don't run too wide out here on the track. But look, the gap's down to 0.266.
Yeah. So McDonald, his fastest lap was on that 102.856. Not far off Abbott's time of 102.748. So 4 laps gone off this 7-lap race.
Just looking there,
I think we'll be new leader, Gareth. It looks like McDonald has.
Oh, he has indeed. Yeah. So McDonald takes the lead in the Fisherman's. And we'll be expecting an impressive time here from Conor McDonald. If he can get that ZX10 stood up out of the chicane, but look at the speed of the R1. He'll get tucked in behind him once he opens the taps in that machine.
102.856 was McDonald's fastest lap of the race so far on that last lap.
Speaking of lap times, there's Nicky Burns is only starting to get going now at 105.129, and he was doing a 105 in qualifying. It was a wee bit wetter, but he's only starting to get going now.
McDonald now is turning around. He's 0.189 of a second ahead of Johnson. Abbott is 4th. Montevilas is 4th. Horan 5th. Robert Toner now is in 6th place.
Damien Horn's starting to struggle a wee bit here. I don't know whether he's just sitting up, letting go of the bars there just before deaders. But another straight then for the Supersport Cup. That's the Supersport Cup as the last lap flag is getting ready.
And it's still McDonald ahead of Johnson. And they pulled that bit of a gap on Abbott. It was the gap the last time between McDonald and Evan was 1.318 seconds. Looks a little bit more Gareth now.
Yeah, just starting to pull away. Just starting to pull away now, but third place Aaron Abbott it was 1.31, so the last lap flag is now getting ready. So the Supersport Cup should be making their way to the holding area, if not already there.
Oh, McDonald is fast enough in the race now, and that was 102.430. Gap between him and Johnson, almost a half a second.
You can see Damien Horn right on Almanta's Montevez now. You can see Almanta's machine just starting to snake. That's the wet tire with the drying track, so the wet tire is now starting to overheat. And in a straight line, you can see the bike starting to snake that wee bit. So that's Almanta's Montevez. Damien Horn could be in for a good fourth place here.
So, Supersport Cup. Supersport Cup, please, to the assembly area. Supersport Cup.
Oh, Jimmy Johnson right on Conor McDonald now. He lost the drive just way out too wide on the left hand side, just touching the white line, but he's going to be determined on the brakes here. You just have to watch the front tire, that wet front. And it looks like they're round and nice and safe. Jimmy Johnson getting the drive on nice and early on the R1, but he just had to shut it, but it is indeed. So it's Conor McDonald that takes the win from Jamie Johnson, who posted the fastest lap, 102.345, and Aaron Abbott in a well-deserved third place. So Damien Horn couldn't do anything about Almanta's Montevez there for fourth place. He had to settle for fifth, but Nicky Burns up into sixth then. So Robert Toner making a mistake somewhere, and he drops further back behind Nicky Burns. So Nicky takes that sixth place from Toner.
So the gap between McDonald and Johnson, 0.292 of a second. Aaron Abbott was 4.295 behind him, but Johnson did make up a bit on that last lap, 0.2 of a second, but not enough, unfortunately. So Robert Toner is in 7th, Michael Press in 8th, and Kieran McCabe in 9th. John Bourne, unfortunately, DNF.
So Supersport Cup machines. Up next. So all together during qualifying there was 40 Supersport machines out.
It's great to see.
It's fantastic to see. I haven't seen that grids like that in a long time, but 40 machines out. But the Supersport Cup will be headed off by Kyle Martin on the JMC roofing machine from Jamie Dixon and Jordan Greer. Lee Osprey then completes the front row. Ross Moore, Alan Myers, James Doy, and Warren Knowles will be in the mix as well for his first time out in the Supersport 600 machine. Barry Gaston and Avon Greer, and just in behind Stephen Love on the Suzuki, in behind him, and Loris Britton on the Britton Properties machine, his R6 Yamaha. We're looking forward to this race start from Rob McCauley and David Agnew. I'll just shout out there for Andy Quinn. Thanks very much for your well-worded message to Jack here. I didn't hear you wouldn't be lying either. And also to Matt Burns. Matt Burns listening in. Hopefully you'll get out next season, Matt, and you get back on the grid. But here we go. The klaxon is sounding.
So Kyle Martin there, number 49, and some of the old Banbridge Mafia either side of him, Philip Martin and that other, I won't slag him anymore.
Oh, Jeff McMullen, I see it there.
Yeah.
I just seen Jeff there, and Phil Martin, two dodgy boys, all right, and Kyle Martin, they're just psyching himself out, getting ready to go. And great in a motorbike, and also a great salesman, Kyle Martin, who works up there in Newry selling cars. And he's maybe not as good at selling cars as he is riding the bike with fur, but
So the track is now live, folks. Out they go, 215, the second out they go. That's James Doy on the TrueFit windscreen Suzuki. He's followed by Ross Moore on the Honda 221, and that's Scott Clemens. So they are all just being gapped as Lawrence Britton goes out. And again, a good few newcomers there, Gareth as well, the orange vests with the number 9 prefix on the front of their numbers.
Yeah, there's quite a few. Sort of a good base, especially for some of these riders. They're, what would you say, a slightly bigger build. And for them to fit on, taller, slightly older, and for them to fit on a Supersport 300 or a Moto 1 or something, it's not ideal. So the Supersport machines going out on track. This is the first of the Supersport Cup B races. And then, of course, after this, we're going to have the lightweight Supersport Moto 3 and 250 GPs out on the grid. If you can make your way to the grid or to the warm-up area.
So again, a 7-lap race. Track temperature still holding just under 10 degrees at 9.8. So the front row, it is Kyle Martin, Jamie Dixon, Jordan Greer, Lee Osprey, then Ross Moore, Alan Myers, James Doy and Warren Knowles, and Barry Gaston, Evan Greer, Stephen Love and Lawrence Britton, Rob McGauley, David Agnew, Scott Clemens and Alex McKinney, and then there's Lee Hillen, Garrett Dunlop, Warren Kavanagh and Conor McCann. That's your 5 rows.
Great grid of machines here on the Supersport Cup class. Just waiting on Kyle Martin. Kyle just dropping back that wee bit just to try and keep as much heat in the tyres as they can. We've seen that last weekend as well at Bishopscourt, but I'm not sure. I think they're getting very impatient, so there's all the riders just trying to sort themselves out further back of the grid. And even the clerk of the course is getting impatient.
Yes. Kyle Martin slots into pole position.
Yeah. So his tyres, he's just there. His tyres are nice and warm, where everyone else is starting to cool down already.
So we watch for the green flag at the back. Red flag at the front, the lights are red. Clerk of the course raises the green flag, so watch the lights. And out they go, and oh, it's Kyle Martin, and he almost pumps the start when he did.
That was looking like a nasty start there for Kyle Martin, but it turned out it worked out for him because Jamie Dixon got an even worse start off the line as he kangaroo juice in that ZX10 or ZX6 machine. So they're all round in Colonials 1, Colonials 2, flicking left, short shifting, up 2 gears heading for Fisherman's, down a gear, banking it into the right hand side.
Kyle Martin already has pulled a bit of a gap.
Kyle Martin's a real good runner now. This is his first year on the Supersport 600 machine. Seems to be getting the grips with it okay.
Yes, we just watched Jamie Dixon. Is that Jamie Dixon in second place?
Looks like no, Jamie Dixon maybe dropped. Jamie Dixon has dropped way back, I think, now after that awful start he's had. Looks like maybe Jamie Dixon down in 8th or 9th position now. So here he is, Kyle Martin across the line for the first time on the JMC roofing machine. Jordan Greer, great start for him. He's up into second place. Just looking for Jamie Dixon.
Oh, this is the window here in the commentary box.
Yeah, just a wee skip there. We'll close the window. They're making an awful lot of noise.
So we have a Kyle Martin, Jordan Greer, Lee Osprey, James Dyson 4, Ross Moore 5th, Stephen Love 6, Jamie Dixon 7, Barry Gaston 8, Rob McGauley 9th, Warren Knowles 10th, Gareth Dan 11, and competing in the top 12 is Evan Greer. Then we have Gareth Dunlop, Lawrence Britton, Scott McClemens, Alex McKinney, Warren Kavanagh, Conor McCann, Lee Hillen, and Daniel Breen.
it looks like Jordan Greer in a comfortable enough second place. But if you look, James Doy, so James Doy hasn't been riding for a long time, but he is fast. He knows how to handle, especially these conditions.
So the gap the last time for Martin over Greer was 2.133, and that definitely looks like it's extended. 2.75 the fastest lap to Kyle Martin, 104.093.
Kyle Martin looking really comfortable in that machine of his at the minute, especially. I would say more likely they're still on full wet tyres. Very difficult to get a real good intermediate now these days, but if they're on full wet tyres, they also have to remember that it's drying and you've got the rest of the race to go. So you have to try and save that rear, especially the rear tire, quite a bit.
It's definitely not easy, but James Doy in third place now. His lap that time 104.419. Kyle Martin 104.093. Jordan Greer 104.685. Stephen Love 104.394. So the top four are all in 104s. And Lee Osprey is 106. And there's Osprey, Moore, Dixon, Gaston, Gawley, Knowles, they're all in 106s.
So Kyle Martin crosses the line again. Once again, the fastest, or not, James Doy. What did I tell you, Jack? James Doy in third place, posting the fastest lap of 103.309. Stephen Love there up into fourth place. That's a good run for him. A 104.100. But Kyle Martin at the minute is controlling this race.
The gap between Greer and Doy, 0.62 of a second.
Just see them entering the chicane now. So Kyle Martin tipping in the chicane, and James Doy really starting. So James Doy is up into second place actually. So he's taken Jordan Greer and chasing down. You can see the body language of James Doy, the determination, and already he can see Kyle Martin. He believes he's going to get him before the end of this race.
Well, 3.447 seconds was the gap between Martin and Doy the last time round, and it definitely looks a little bit closer, Gareth.
It is definitely closer. And a bit of a look there over the right hand side.
Oh, it's down to 2.123 seconds now.
Oh, he's trucking, he wants this.
Just over halfway, 4 of the 7 laps gone.
Yeah, so the lightweight Super Sport Moto 3 and Super Sport 300, please, to the holding area as quickly as you can. So just a shout for scrutineer, please. So we need a scrutineer down here. Obviously, if any of the machines fall, they need to be re-scrutineered again.
And Doy is definitely catching up on Martin. It was 2.123 seconds the last time. Martin up the back straight.
Oh, he's reeled him in hand over fist here, Jack, and it's visible to see the break. How much later James Doy breaks into the hairpin. Even Kyle Martin's just sitting up, and James still got the chin on the tank. But on to the start and finish straight then. Kyle Martin, I'm not sure whether he's going to be aware, but I'm sure his father Phil will be pointing in behind him.
Oh, 1.58 of a second for Doy this time. The fast lap is into 102s now. 102.452. Oh, the last lap flag getting ready, Andy Mack. The next time round.
And Jordan Greer in that third place. Stephen Love, the gap back at 2.1767 of a second. So, and Jordan Greer posting his personal best lap after James Doy overtaking him. So 104.133. So I think Jordan's going to be in a safe third place.
Doy is right with him.
Oh, he's looking at sort of fishing for a manoeuvre here. The last lap flag is going to be coming out this lap. So Doy has plenty of time, but once again, he doesn't want to slow down.
And he's up alongside him as he, and a slow rider in front of him as he go into the hairpin.
Oh yes, he's up the inside. So James Doy up the inside of Kyle Martin.
And he makes his stick, or does he? Kyle Martin go down the outside. Where's that slower rider?
Oh, Kyle Martin round the outside of James Doy. Coming out of the hairpin, the slower rider comes into the contention, and Kyle Martin maybe missed the gear coming out of the hairpin there.
Doy is turning around now. He's nearly plus 1 second now on Kyle Martin. And that slower rider definitely didn't help Kyle Martin.
Kyle Martin just a wee bit tentative there. He needs to learn to get the elbows out, and he should have known to pass that back marker even before they got to the hairpin.
So we've Doy, Martin, Greer in third, Stephen Love fourth, Lee Osprey fifth, Ross Moore 6, Barry Gasson now up in the 7th place, Jamie Dixon down in 8th, Rob McCauley in 9th, Warren Knowles in 10th. So your top 10 folks on the last lap.
Yes, so on the last lap now of the lightweight Supersport 300 and Classic GP machines. Please make their way.
Now.
Oh, they have definitely. That back marker really upset Kyle. If he was able to get on the back of James Doy, he might have been in with a chance to pressure James into a mistake, perhaps. Oh, Scott Clemens pulling into the pit lane there, but James Doy coming on the start and finish straight to take a well-deserved win on this Supersport Cup class. And a deflated Kyle Martin across the line.
He will be disappointed with that. Like, credit where credit is due. Doy turned it around, you know, where he was, and with almost 5 seconds to win over Martin. But I'm sure Martin, when he got held up with that slower rider, he knew the race was over for him.
Yeah, I think he just needs to come on a wee bit more, you know, and as I said, get the elbows out. Get the elbows out and just barge his way through, yeah. But great job there from Kyle Martin on the JMC roofing machine and James Doy on the McKillop racing machine. And Warren Knowles just across the line there with Gerald Daff and Evan Greer. We're just Lors. Seeing that was Gareth Dunlop, so Lors Britton has disappeared. So there he is just across the line. I think Lors Britton maybe making a mistake there. He's 14th. Warren Kavanagh in 15th. Conor McCann, another newcomer, just dropping down to 17th place. Again, very easy to make a mistake on the last lap when you're trying to push. If there's a rider in front of you, all you want to do is get in front of him, no matter what lap you're on. So the lightweight Supersport Moto 3 and Supersport 300 and Classic GPs, hopefully Alan Dixon has that Cleaver Brown 250 machine. I don't see it there on the grid at the minute, but I know he done a couple of laps there in qualifying, so hopefully that bike is ready to go. So qualifying for the lightweight Supersport, Graham McAleese on pole from Aidan Cleary and Chris Duncan, Martin Halford in 4th, and again they all go off. I think the Moto 3s are maybe going off at one, but the 4 different championships. So Mark Allen in 5th, Mark Shields in 6th, 7th is Adam Shields, and 8th is David Murphy, and that's the lightweight Supersport.
And in the championship, as it stands at the lightweight Supersport, Graham McAleese has a 30-point lead over Ewan Waddle, and with Mark Allen in 3rd, and in the Moto 3, Alexander Owen has 26 points lead over Robert O'Neill. Harry Pyers in 3rd. And then we have in the Supersport 300, Ruben Cherboyd is on 75 points after three wins from 3 starts. Ross Martin is 26 behind them, and Bailey Dobson is in 3rd on 40 points.
Yeah, so shaping up to going to be another great race here, Jack. Possibly more on the grid than there was on Saturday, but a few riders panicking there. See the number 11 machine there, Billy Dobson, just standing off the side of the bike, as calm and as cool as collected. And obviously Rossi Dobson's smaller brother, younger brother, I don't think they're not smaller. Younger brother.
So good sportsmanship there between Graham McAleese and Chris Duncan, shaking hands and having a natter there on the holding area. So we're just getting an ambulance back into situ. So Mars is up there, is going the wrong way, and it's like you're up to the hairpin a lot quicker.
Yeah, so Graham expecting a good race here from Graham McAleese, Aidan Cleary and Chris Duncan. All put on a great show. last season them three were absolutely neck and neck. When Chris Duncan was here, he did do a few Scottish Championship rounds. Of course, that's Chris Duncan, the Scotsman himself. Pretty sure he's living over here now, Chris Duncan.
I think so, yes.
Okay, it's over to the front of the course, Chris. We are ready for the next one. Go ahead.
He's down here on the programme as Scotland, so whether that's his still his mailing address, but the Klaxon has gone, but the gate is still closed. That ambulance is back in situ up at the hairpin, so the gates are now open. So Ruben Chairman Boyd, again looking quite relaxed, just slips down his visor.
Yeah, all very chilled out. These young people aren't they now? As I remember when I was up the high dough bouncing on the bike and trying to calm myself down, but
Sports psychology, isn't that it?
that's yeah.
So Michael Lees leads Ruben Sherman Boyd out, and another of the Martin brothers being ready there.
Yeah, Ross Martin away out there. You can see the dry patches here, even in pit lane. A wee bit further out now, a wee bit of rain starting to hit the window here at the commentary box, but hopefully it'll not come down anything. And there's that lovely wee 250 Honda of Claver Browns, ridden by Alan Dixon. So again, they're all, by the looks of it, they're all out in full wets. As Nigel Moore on the Moto 3 machine leaves us.
Robert O'Neill out.
Of course, a couple of E125 Hondas out as well. Haven't seen Kyle Parks. Kyle Parks was riding a 125 Honda on Saturday, and Kyle Martin as well here, number 5. So it's great to see the two strokes still breathing here at Kirkistown.
Sadly, not too many of them, Gareth. This days are dwindling very quick though.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, hopefully they're starting to come back. They're starting to come back in motocross with the pre-injection systems and all in the two-stroke machines now. The 500, remember the 500 Suitor as well. Ian Locker
Road, yeah.
Ian Locker rode at the TT. Absolute beast of a thing. See, someone's left their starter rollers there in pit lane. Hopefully nobody trips over that, but they're coming on to the start and finish straight here to line up. And the front row will consist of Graham McAleese and Aidan Cleary in second place, Chris Duncan in third, Ruben Sherman Boyd on the wee Supersport 300 in fourth, Lee Osprey in fifth, Haley Dobson sixth, Ross Martin in seventh, Martin Halford in eighth, ninth is Mark Allen, 10th is Mark Shields, 11th Adam Shields, 12th on the 250 GP machine is Alan Dixon, 13th Alana Meher, 14th Matthew Watson, 15th David Murphy, Joe Crossett 16th, and then first of the Moto 3s, and they start on the back, so it's a split grid. Alexander Rowan, Nigel Moore, Robert O'Neill and Harry Ferez. Aidan Cleary, one of the last men away there, to make his way to the holding area. Again, by the looks of it, on full wets. So the lightweight Supersport machines are to go first as the green flag goes up. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Graham McAleese, great start as well as Chris Duncan. Look at that, absolute rocket off the line, but the Moto 3s are told to watch the lights now. And we're looking at Nigel Moore here, number 49. They're creeping a wee bit, but Alexander Rowan, a great start. Nigel Moore immediately tucked into the slipstream of young Alexander Rowan.
So definitely Chris Duncan got the pole shot.
It looks like an orange machine maybe there out in front.
Chris Duncan, is it, I think?
Graham McAleese perhaps on the, and it is indeed, it's Graham McAleese that's now in front, Chris Duncan just in behind, and I think Aidan Cleary just lagging behind that wee bit. No, it isn't. Aidan Cleary is in second place, so Chris Duncan has been bullied and away back into third place.
Chairman
So,
Boyd in fourth.
so after that fantastic start and the whole shot that he got, he's perhaps went wide or pushed out wide somewhere around the track. But it is Graham McAleese from Aidan Cleary as they were on the grid, and Chris Duncan and Reuben Sherman Boyd just in behind on the Supersport, and first of the Supersport 300 machines. So Mark Allen then just in behind there, Billy Dobson and Martin Halford, Lee Osprey and Alan Dixon on the 250 Honda in 9th place, Ross Martin in 10th, Alana Mayer in 11th, David Murphy and then Adam Shields away through there on corrected time. Then we have Alexander Rowan is actually 4th on the road in corrected time, and of course leading the Moto 3 race from Nigel Moore in 2nd place.
So the Chairman Boyd leading the Supersport 300 in 6th and in 8th place. In 2nd place in 300 is Bailey Dobson, and then in 10th place on the 300 is Lee Osprey, and the 250 GP bike is in 12th place. That's Alan Dixon. So the Supersport, the Crown Prince of Kirkistown Supersport riders coming to the assembly area. And McAleese, with his Adam Aidan Cleary 106.532, McAleese 106.625, the gap 0.956 of a second.
Again, I was talking to Aidan Cleary in the shop, and he was having issues in Saturday. He got them sorted, and he says he's out here to beat Graham McAleese today, and you can see the determination in him, even in his body language, that he's definitely in for it here. Fastest lap of 106.532. Maybe a wee bit of work to do after that mistake off the start, but he's gonna. Chris Duncan so far in the safe 3rd place.
And they have the leading pair that pull the gap on Chris Duncan. But it's still McAleese from Cleary with 9.56 seconds. It definitely looks a lot closer, Gareth.
It definitely does, and Cleary, he's a great man on the brakes here, especially the likes of being a road racer at road ends at Armoy and whatnot, and at Kirkistown, very, very late in the brakes indeed. Big long look behind you, and you don't have to do that.
Oh, it's actually McAleese has pulled out. It was 0.959 the last time. Now it's 1.089. Chris Duncan now is he's nearly 9 seconds adrift to McAleese. And then we wait to see where the Moto 3 of Alexander Rowan and Nigel Moore come into play.
Here's Alexander Rowan just crossing the line now. And Nigel Moore is the 2nd Moto 3 machine, but 4th fastest, 4th in the road so far for Alexander Rowan, the 65 machine.
Reuben Sherman Boyd is leading the Supersport 300 in 6th place. He's actually dropped down, but still leading his last. Bailey Dobson is 2nd in 9th, and Lee Osprey is 3rd and 10th.
And Kyle Martin and Malcolm Love having a good ding dong there on the dingers, going through Deaders here. Side by side, Kyle Martin just got the better of Malcolm Love there. So here's Graham McAleese once again coming on the start and finish straight. The gap was 1.89.
Oh, it's 0.9. He's chipped a little bit off it.
He has. He's getting there again. He's sort of getting into a wee bit of rhythm, sort of calming himself.
It is only halfway. Gareth, it's an 8-lap race.
There's plenty of time, but when you're on the bike, it doesn't feel like it. You want to get past it as quick as you can.
And then I just look at the track temperature has actually dropped to half a degree there since earlier on.
Yeah, that wee rain is starting to mizzle a wee bit. You can see the fog, a wee bit of fog starting to come in front of us here. But it's still Graham McAleese from Aidan Cleary.
He visibly looks a bit closer, does he?
Yeah, I think
961.
I think Aidan Cleary maybe has the advantage of the hairpin as well under the brake, so he's able to claw anything back that Graham McAleese worked hard for down the bottom half of the track. But again, Graham McAleese is going to see his pit board, so the gap 0.961. What is it now?
Oh, it's out to 1.164.
Back up again, and Graham McAleese has posted the fastest lap of 106.438 for Graham. And And here's poor old Chris Duncan in his lonely third place. He was expecting to be up the top half of the pointy end with Graham McAleese and Aidan Cleary.
So Ruben Sherman Boyd, he's leading the Supersport 300. Alexander Rowan now is up on the 4th overall in the Moto 3. Nigel Moore now is up into 6th overall in the Moto 3. Supersport 300 said Ruben Sherman Boyd in 7th. In 2nd place is B. Osprey in 9th. And in 10th place is Bailey Dobson. Or sorry, in 3rd place is Bailey Dobson in 10th overall.
Just shows you where Jack Highhard, Ruben Sherman Boyd is pushing. He's not even. Chris Duncan's not even lapping a second quicker. You know, it's not on the wee 300cc machine.
108.724 for Chris Duncan, 109.468 for Sherman Boyd.
Aidan Cleary near had a collision there with Joe Crossett as they crossed the line. Aidan had to lift his head and move the bike over. I think Joe Crossett just moved over that wee bit, not expecting Aidan to be there.
So 1.755. Last lap flag will be out the next time. So Alexander Rowan now up into 4th place. He's still in 4th place. And leading the Moto 3. Nigel Moore 6th place, 2nd in the Moto 3. And we have to look a good bit down for Robert O'Neill.
So the next race then, the Prince of Kirkistown, the Supersport 600s, please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. So the last lap flag is being ready. Oh, here we go, slower riders now. Aidan Cleary's way back. Now Graham McAleese crosses the line. You can see the time difference there, 107.219 that time. Just over 3 seconds of a gap now back to Aidan Cleary.
Job done.
I think it is Jack Moore there.
Alana Maher there just ahead of Chris Duncan on the road.
Oh, you see Chris Duncan just trying to look away around Alana. There had to go up the inside and then thought better of it just in case. There's plenty of space behind Chris Duncan there in that 3rd place, so nothing to worry about.
And the rain starting to come down again, unfortunately. Oh, looking over to the right part of the bank is blowing up, but to our left now it's miserable looking to our left.
Yeah, we just need the wind to change and start blowing this direction. The blue skies in behind us and the miserable Newton Ards weather coming towards us here. See Thomas McAdoo just getting himself ready there in the Supersport. But here we go, Graham McAleese once again to take another clean sweep there this weekend for Graham to take the win. And Aidan Cleary a lot happier than he was last weekend for that 2nd place. We're just waiting now for Chris Duncan. Should be the next bike through, and he is indeed. So round the outside, a lot slower rider, and still like good old fashioned like Chris Duncan to push to the absolute limit, right to the end there. Alexander Rowan then cracked the time. 3rd place in the road, but of course to take the win in the Moto 3 class. So it is Graham McAleese in the lightweight Supersport from Aidan Cleary and Chris Duncan. And then we'll go down to 7th on the road for 4th place is Martin Halford. That's the wee 250 of Alan Jackson. Great run there for Alan Dixon, in 10th place. So Alan Dixon in 10th in that Cleaver round machine. And there's 5th place Adam Shields, lightweight Supersport, and Mark Shields just in behind him in 6th. And then 7th is David Murphy. Winner of the Moto 3 then is Alexander Rowan by a mile from Nigel Moore. And 3rd place Robert O'Neill from Harry Fraze, Kyle Martin and Malcolm Love. Supersport 300 then, your winner was Ruben Sherman Boyd from Bailey Dobson and Lee Osprey. And then we go down to 12th on the road for Alana Maher. Just a great run there for Alana in 4th place. fifth was Ross Martin. And in sixth place was Matthew Watson. So Supersport 600 machines then should be all lined up and ready to go in the warm-up area.
So Gareth, I'm making the championship standing at the minute. Graham McAleese's win takes him to 95 points. Hugh Waddle is on 40 points. And then in the Moto 3, Alexander Owen has 100 points with Robert O'Neill on 65. And then in the Supersport 300, Ruben Sherman boy a clean sheet at 100 points. So the second, there's a tie for second place between Ross Martin and Bailey Dobson, both on 60.
Early days in the championship yet, Jack, but as we said earlier, fantastic start. It gives you a good idea of what way the championship's going to go.
But even at this early stage, Gareth, you really don't want to see anyone pulling you out too far away and make it kind of competitive.
No, you don't. Anyone that is, you think like BSBs or World Superbike style sort of, take a few revs off them, but just a shout out there to big Neil Smith, who's in work listening in. Couldn't get the day off, but fortunately he's been able to. I'd have rang in sick of it. Tell you the truth, done it before.
That's it. Hang yourself. Hang yourself.
Oh, I don't work for them anymore. Sorry.
Right.
Yeah, so Neil Smith goes to. You see him all the time. Every race, great supporter of the racing. So just to confirm,
It's a wet race.
it's a wet race. Believe it or not. So there is riders panicking there, trying to.
Change tires. Give them a few minutes. So it is.
Mechanics running to the Magic Bullet tent here. I don't know.
So there's a big discussion on with some of the riders down there in the track of the course.
Yeah. Is that Dean McMaster? Maybe it looks like Dean McMaster doing a wee bit of flapping, wee bit of panicking, helping Chris Nelkin out. So it's great to see that as well. It's riders helping other riders. So Dean McMaster just changing the front wheel there of Chris Nelkin's machine.
So Daniel Matheson was the one that was in deep conversation with the track of the course.
I would say Daniel Matheson was doing a rain dance there. He's very. He's brought the rain on just before this race. See Daniel all ready to go with the wets on. Very impatient. Although it has been wet, I think that's maybe why he's not too happy. It's been wet all day, and they've only now declared it as a wet race. So if it was declared as a wet race this morning, they could have opened these gates and let them go, even with the riders on slicks. So they've only now declared it as a wet race, and I think that's maybe why Daniel Matheson is not happy. They're having to wait for the rest of the teams. As he jumps off the bike, he's got a real McGregor style walk there, so he is. Yeah, so he's just having a wee word with the clerk, of course, again. We haven't heard anything about a delay or just that it was declared a wet race.
And, Gary, we spoke about it earlier on, some riders start to get themselves wound up, the adrenaline is pumping, and they're just in the wrong frame of mind, really.
Yeah.
I'm saying that it's easy for us to say, and we're sitting up here looking down.
Yeah, a lot of riders would, right before they would sort of disappear, go out on their own and have their thoughts, to themselves, and then stuff like this here sort of, it's a psychology sort of thing we were talking earlier about, but it's, you're psyched up, you're ready to go, and then all of a sudden, no, we'll have to wait 10 minutes,
So a number of team, Reevy's team there, and quick discussion there with Mark Arnott, and also there, Andrew Smith.
Yeah, Mark Arnott, fantastic suspension tech, very, very smart man. But if it rained, if we have a good setup in the wet or in the dry, If it rained, 2 clicks back.
That's
That's as far as we went.
That's the gospel according to Mark, is it?
And, no, I was just our goal. We could never afford Mark Arnott for setup, so 2 clicks back, and that was a black art in its own.
And it's Jamie Master still busy helping Christian Elkin. That's like his wife there.
I don't think anybody knows really who wife or girlfriend, but they've been around, been together for a very, very long time, and she's a very, very busy woman. Let me tell you. She also drives the truck.
Also, always busy there. You never see her anything else, only busy.
Nope, she's always something in her hands, always running about. So fair play. Thomas McAdoo there as well. Great to see Thomas McAdoo back out racing. He's getting stuck in, changing the back wheel there, just softening off the back end that shock, I think, a wee bit.
Keevy Connie doesn't look too worried there. He's kind of shadow boxing with one of his mates there at the barrier.
Maybe that's his way of psyching himself out. I'll just punch the face off someone else. Yeah, I think they're more or less done there. Great work from Dean McMaster there. I'm sure Dean McMaster will be sending the invoice in through towards Nuts Corner to Christian Elkin's house.
And a bit of panic there in AJ Carey's camp as well. Big wheels there lying on the ground. AJ's gone running across the gate.
Oh yeah, we bit of a problem is with these super sport machines as well. There's no quick release wheels, or you have to take the calibers off. You have to push the pistons, push the brake caliber pistons back, the chain, and then when you take a back wheel out, the spacers hit the ground, the roll across. Oh, that's one thing I don't miss. To tell you the truth. And then if you're panicking, you've got your gloves on. Your gloves are covered in oil, and it's just I don't know why anybody does this.
And there's a good few cars parked along the road there, Gareth.
Oh, it's great to see. My father actually came in earlier. It took him about 10-15 minutes to park. He had to park way down the bottom half of the track. Even around the middle there, you can see behind us. It's absolutely fantastic to see, even with the weather conditions. We bit of, everybody knows this is happening, and they want to smell the bikes, they want to hear the bikes.
Traditional bank holiday Monday.
That's it.
Yes.
I'm just here to get my Easter egg at the end of it.
Yeah, I got mine last night, Easter eggs. Oh yeah.
You back to work tomorrow, Jack, or what plans have you?
All back to work in the morning, yeah.
Driving again?
Back driving again. No rest for the weekend.
Is not.
You're all right. You have another day off tomorrow.
We have another day off, yeah. So bringing the kids to Carton in Ballymoney. So looking forward to that. Yeah. Get the wee man. He's only 5-year-old, but we'll get him in a cart and get some sort of motorsport out of him. He's not allowed on a motorbike. So the Magic Bullet team still struggling here to change these wheels.
And then the other thing too, Gareth, is the tyre warmers and keeping the tyres at temperature.
Mm-hmm. It's not coming down too heavy now. Just there's a wee puddle here just outside the comedy box window. Keeping an eye on it, and it's just a slight spit, but enough to keep the track down. I think that's them more or less done. The back wheel's torqued. Great to see torque wrenches as well.
Oh yes.
I cringed when I see pull bars and stuff getting swung up to tighten them back wheel nuts. We're only about 50, 60 newton meters for a lot of them.
Yeah, but it's doing it right, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
AJ Carey's team's still working on that bike.
Yeah, they seem to be having difficulties there with this.
Mark Conlon there just wiping the visor.
imagine them 1000cc, the twin Ducati will be difficult to ride around here with the torque, especially in these conditions. If you can just get it set up. Ulster Jackson just putting some pressure in that back tire. Frantically pumping at the pump. I was actually wondering what he was doing. I thought he pushed him down on the bike, but
so we're just waiting to get the go-ahead from the clerk of the course. This first round of the Crown Prince of Kirkistown for the Super Sport class.
rain nearly stopped again, Jack, but the stage is going to dry up by the time it gets going.
Only a few stops. So there's the Claxton.
Yeah, so now panic stations once again, just to get all the tyre warmers off. Don't need these wet tyres on the warmers for too long. Like a lap would be good enough. You know, tyre warmers are more for the rider's head, you know, head space. Wee bit of confidence there. So we were sponsored by Dunlop ourselves, and we were told to actually, if you can, to avoid putting tyre warmers on wet tyres, because this compound, the special compound we had was that soft and sticky, you know. By the time we got down pit lane, you could feel the heat of the back, you know, especially if it's drying out like it is here in Ferguson. You want the tyres to stay cool, but sometimes if there's like dry patches, you'll see riders riding through puddles to actually keep the tyres cool.
To get the best adhesion, there's Corry just going, and he's just stating to the clerk of the course, come on, get them out. So the barrier is open, and away they go. The track is now live.
Dean Graham there on the ZX6 machine, just getting a wee lap. Just trying something out there on their machine.
And again, Johnny Campbell revving that bike quite heavily. So away you go, and that's Andrew Smith out.
Yeah, I don't know either. They all seem to be maybe, unless they forgot to warm it up, I don't know, but being very mechanically minded myself, you know, my head's going over them curved valves.
It's interesting to see Gareth on a darkish day like this, that a number of riders still with the very dark visors.
Dark visor,
Find
yeah.
that well, from my point of view, I find that a little bit strange, because you know yourself when it's dull, the whole surrounding on you. At least when you've had kind of a clear visor, at least you can see where the damp patches are.
Yeah, exactly. If you're riding with a dark visor and there's dry patches, you can't actually see the dry patches, or if it's drier and a couple of wet patches, you wouldn't be able to see a puddle because there's no glare then. And a lot of riders would use like a yellow tinted visor,
Yeah.
just to take the glare
Light
off.
glare.
Yeah,
Yes.
off the ground, but you can still see the light and dark patches. With a dark visor, you can't do that. So it's very interesting that I always wore a clear visor as much as I could.
The Superbikes are next. Technique, King of Kirkistown is next. The swing cars are cancelled.
Oh,
So that's the way he's going to run them. I thought he gave a gap the last time.
well, two now. Nothing else.
And unless you can bring the Moto 1. It's going to bring the Moto 1. So the next class on our programme, it is the sidecars have been cancelled, sadly due to a lack of entry. So the next one is the Big Three King of Kirkistown Superbikes. So that's the front row, and Johnny Campbell's still really revving that machine of his.
Unless it's got it might have a trickle charge. You know, some of them don't have alternators, and they only charge the battery when they're up above a certain rev.
Right.
So they're saving weight there, but the problem is like this. I've been caught out before. The battery dies on the grid if you don't hold a rev.
Right.
So maybe that could be it. I don't know. But here we go. The green light go, or the watch the lights, and away they go. As quick as that there. Look at McCreevy just away, and Andrew Smith got a good start there, but it looks like Chris Nelkin up into second place there, just in behind Corry McGreevy, and Andrew Smith in third. The win through Colonial was 1 and 2. Very difficult to see out the window if the rain drops on it, but it is that maroon coloured machine once again coming out of Fisherman's in the lead and dropping into the chicane. But Chris Nelkin doing very well to hold on to the back of him. And is that Andrew Smith in third place? No, it's not. It's Johnny Campbell. So Johnny Campbell up into third. Andrew Smith demoted to fourth.
So the McAdoo machine has a nose in front of Christian Elkin.
Tentatively making their way out of the chicane. Knee still out as the bike's nearly up straight, but it is Corry McGreevy from Chris Nelkin and Johnny Campbell, Andrew Smith, Daniel Mathis, and Josh Corner has dropped way down now to 8th place. Mark Conlon in 6th, AJ Carey 7th, Josh Corner 8th, Alistair Jackson, first of the Cup Riders, up into 9th.
Carrying on the second of the Cup Riders in 10th, and Brandon Kavanagh at third of the Cup Riders in 11th. So the 3 Cup Riders there all together. So the gap between McCreevy and Elgin the last time, 1.203 seconds.
And I think it's opened up again there, Jack. You can see just as they come out of the chicane.
Oh yes.
That's
Hold
it.
the pin early.
He has that ZX6 machine. He's pushing it hard already. As you can see, the back end of the bike squirming about, squealing to get grip from them rear wet tires. So Chris Nelgan pushing hard in second place, and now settling down by the looks of it is Johnny Campbell in fourth.
1.754 and the first minute in that class, 59.982 from McCreevy. Christian Elgin dropped back to 1.754. He's 100.533. Johnny Campbell 101.420. Andrew Smith 102.114. And then Daniel Matheson 101.969. That's the best lap so far.
And Daniel Matheson is on a charge now that they've sort of settled themselves after the last lap. The 0.774, the gap is down to Andrew Smith. So Matheson on the charge to Smith now.
And the cup class again is Jackson in 9th, and Gary Annan in 10th, and Bratton and Kavanagh in 11th. So top 3 and the cup class.
Mark Conlon as well. Great run there from Mark Conlon. So he's now chasing down Daniel Matheson, who is chasing down Andrew Smith and catching him. So interesting to see what the gap is the next time round. It was 0.774.
Corry has pulled out a small difference, 1.7, there was 1.8. McCreevy to Elkin.
And it looks like actually Andrew Smith has maybe seen his pit board that Matheson was catching him, so he's up the gap again to 0.973. Back to Daniel Matheson. Mark Conlon has closed the gap to Matheson 0.803. So Mark Conlon is on a good chance here for a well-deserved 5th place.
And the fastest lap of the race on that lap as well to McCreevy, 59.948, 90.799 miles per hour.
See Chris Nelkin still pushing hard. Johnny Campbell doesn't seem to be making any headway on Elkin at all. He maybe just settling for that 3rd place. It's all about points. And it has stopped raining now, so the track is actually starting to dry out pretty quick. You can see down past the pit lane there.
Oh, Oh, it's gone out from 1.8 now to 2036. McCreevy that time 59.999.
AJ Corry just across the line there after a 102.905 for AJ. That's his best lap so far.
So Josh Corner, his best lap was that time 102.980 for Josh Corner. So the cup, Brandon Cavan is now up in the second in the cup class behind Alison Jackson. Kerry Annan is relegated to third.
It looks like then the Superbikes, so the King of Kirkistown Superbikes to make their way to the holding area. That's the Superbikes to the holding area. So fastest lap there once again for Corry McGreevy. A 59.822 for Corry Kirkistown, a 1:025, so slightly slower than his, or 1:356, slightly slower than his fastest lap. Johnny Campbell way through there, and the gap is now 3.892 of a second back from Kirkistown.
Mark Conlon now up in the fifth. Daniel Matheson down to sixth. AJ Kerry is still in seventh. Josh Corner in eighth. Alison Jackson in ninth overall and leading the cup class. Brandon Cavan in 10th overall and second in the cup class. Lee Harris 11 and third in the cup class. In 12th place is Gary Annan.
Just as the word, Jack, it's still Corry McGreevy from Kirkistown and Johnny Campbell still there. Andrew Smith then in a lonely fourth. Mark Conlon. So Mark Conlon just ahead of Daniel Matheson now. And let's see, posting his personal best that last lap, a 101.312 for Conlon on the Ducati.
Oh, it's 2.570 the last time. Now it's 3.124. Again, McCreevy faster again. That time 59.816, 90.999 miles per hour.
And Mark Conlon is catching Andrew Smith hand over fist here. So there's just over 2 seconds of a gap and no more. Back to Mark Conlon.
Still 3 laps to go.
Yeah, so the Superbikes to the holding area, please. That's the Superbikes to the holding area. And I hope the teams, there's no riders out there on their own, and they have teams to bring their Superbike to the holding area after this Super Sport race.
So McCreevy definitely not letting up there. That's with 4 of the 6 laps that he has increased the speed.
No, Corry McGreevy has learnt from Saturday. Don't be slowing up, because Johnny Campbell, he was taking advantage of people, pacing themselves. And
again, he's fast at 59.691.
But same again, you don't want to make any mistakes.
No.
So here's Andrew Smith across the line, the number 3 machine, the PBM Paul Bird Motorsport machine sticker in front of it. Andrew Smith getting a lot of help from Paul Bird himself. Josh Corner across the line. A 102.374 for Josh Corner in 8th place there. Good enough time. Just have to get that Parker transport machine off the line. So here's Corry McGreevy coming out the chicane down the back straight from Kirkistown. A massive gap back then to Johnny Campbell. We have Andrew Smith. Mark Conlon is right on Andrew Smith near enough now. So he's going to use the power of that big V-twin Ducati down the straight. We'll see what was the gap the last time. It was 1.669 of a second, so it closed again that last lap to 1.669 of a second. We'll see what it is as Andrew Smith comes on the start and finish straight here to take the last lap flag. And it's 0.792, so this is going to be interesting, this last lap. Mark Conlon is not going to give up.
Half a secondary toe, and he's right in on him.
Oh, he can really smell that race fuel coming out of that pipe as the flames come out of the exhaust of Andrew Smith's machine.
And he's definitely closing in on Gareth as he come into Fisherman's.
He just has to get that Ducati, that V-twin, stood up as quickly as he can. Remember the 1000cc. Oh, side by side going into the chicane and coming out of it, just going to open the tops of these carburetors and away you go, just blast past, and they're using the 1000cc horsepower of the Ducati. He just has to get it stopped, but there it is, Corry McGreevy takes the win from Kirkistown. And a great run there as well for Johnny Campbell on the Supersport machine. And coming on the start finish straight. Oh, it is indeed. It's Mark Conlon that takes that 4th place from Andrew Smith.
Mark Conlon 101.232. McCreevy the fastest lap in the race on lap 7, 59.691. The gap between McCreevy and Elkin 3.921 seconds. Johnny Campbell was a further 5.24, 7 seconds behind Elkin, and then the gap between Mark Conlon and Andrew Smith 0.16 over a second. The Cup winner was Alistair Campbell. He was finishing 9th overall. Lee Harrad moved up a spot. He took over 10th overall. Brandon Cavanagh second of the Cup Riders in 11th. And Mark Aiken third of the Cup Riders in 12th. And Gary Annan 4th of the Cup Riders in 13th place.
Roger, John. Thanks for that update.
So as the bikes come back round into the paddock, just a reminder, the Superbike machines will be out next. And of course, a lot of the riders in the Supersport class will be out in this Superbike race. So the next class in your program was the sidecars, but unfortunately the sidecars have been cancelled due to the majority of them, as far as I'm aware, blowing up at Mondello Park last week. So unfortunately no sidecars today. Would have been great to see them out. Of course, no classic machines either. Great field of classic bikes on Saturday.
Excellent field.
It was great to see the full grid nearly. So
the championship as it stands unofficially,
Control to John.
Elkin is on, Christian Elkin is on 64. Corry McCreevy's on 66 points. Sorry, I have that back to front. McCreevy is on 66 points. He's, Christian Elkin on 64. Then we have on 49. Then we have Daniel Matheson on 48. Then is Johnny Campbell 49. Daniel Matheson on 48. Michael Dunlop 41. Can't even read my own writing, Gareth. That's terrible, isn't it? But anyway, it is Corry McCreevy has taken the lead in the championship by 2 points from Christian Elkin. Then in third it is
Campbell.
Yeah, Campbell. Yes, it's Johnny Campbell is in third place, just ahead of Daniel Matheson by 1 point.
It's all close at the top.
Very, very tight.
So Superbike machine. Riders just sort of swapping and changing here. It'll not take them too much, too long to get used to the Superbike jumping off the 600 Supersport machine. I see a lot of machines that not in the holding area at the minute.
So round one of the Big Three King of Kirkistown Superbike. Again, a 9-lapper, folks. And we can see there Daniel Matheson, number 15. Alongside him, it is Ross Irwin, number 99. Then, and this just second to that is number 78, that's Dean Campbell. Alongside him, it is Aaron McBride. Then we have Kyle Cross, number 89, and then 114, and that's Alan Kenny. 212 is Dean McMaster. 93 is the Evergreen Paul Cranston. And then we also have, we can see there,
And as well, Jack, no Corry McGreevy, no Superbike for Corry.
so also non-starter is Michael Dunlop, Michael Sweeney. So Daniel Matheson, like some of the other has quite busy. One race to the next.
Yeah, but as cool as a cucumber, Daniel Martin just danders down pit lane. He doesn't want to get himself worked up, especially jumping on the Superbike, but that BMW, that number 15 machine of Daniel Matheson's is absolutely gorgeous. As I said earlier, nearly a shame to bring it out to get stone chipped, but
That's what it's there for.
that's it. It does its work.
So, folks, this is a 9-lap race, and then the next race on the program will be the second race for the Moto 1. So, guys and girls in the Moto 1 class, please start getting yourself ready. And we're just waiting on the start of the course to give the go-ahead.
Marty Lennon there as well on the big R1. Great to see Marty out of retirement. I'm sure a lot of his family or friends didn't want to see him back out, but it's great to see him back out. Had some really fantastic races with Marty Lennon. Of course, another top Northwest 200 runner.
So the start of the course, just observing the gate, the number of vehicles leaving the paddock area. Brings the dogs. Jesus, some things that boil my piss. I know you're looking after dogs and a great pet, so 3 of them he said, never bring them from So the gate has been closed into the infield of the course. So we just wait for the klaxon to sound. And the trainer of the course just looking at his watch.
We know from the past, Jack, you don't do that.
No.
Never look at your watch at a race, mate.
So again, Gareth is a number of riders there on those tinted and dark visors again. There's the klaxon sounding now.
Yeah, the dark visors look good, but to me they're not really practical in this sort of weather, you know. The photographers love a good clear visor and see deep into the eyes and the thoughts of the rider.
So the top qualifier in the cup class, it is Rossi Dobson qualified in 13th, Jason McCord in 16th, Mark Hewitt in 18th, a newcomer. And great to see that Paul Demain in 21, and then Ronan Waters in 22nd.
Yeah, so Kyle Cross just sorting himself out, the number 89 machine. Hopefully he has that ZX10 sorted from qualifying. He looked very uncomfortable, couldn't get gears, the chain might have been loose, the clutch might have been slipping, you know, there's so many factors.
So the course is now live. Sorry, Gareth, the course is now live.
Close that window, gets a wee bit noisy at times. Stephen McAdoo, the older brother of Thomas McAdoo. Great to see both the McAdoo brothers back in the paddock.
So Keelan Ryan there, one of the last out there on the Trisomy Mullen Kawasaki.
So lining up on pole then, Johnny Campbell from Ryan Gibson, Daniel Matheson and Ross Irwin fill the front row. Alan Kenny, Kyle Cross and Aaron McBride then from Dean Campbell in 8th and Dean McMaster in 9th place. Marty Lennon rounding up the top 10. The Evergreen, as he's known, Paul Cranston in 11th, Keelan Ryan 12th, 13th is Rossi Dobson, and of course first of the Superbike Cup riders. Graham McAleese in 14th, Brian McCormick 15th, Jordan McCord in 16th, second of the Cup riders, and Chris Duncan in 17th. Oh, and it doesn't look like Johnny Campbell is, well, they're letting him out anyway, but it's not happening as far as we're concerned. Unfortunately, the bikes are already on the grid.
So we'll have to start from to say, you know, the gate was open unofficially there, wasn't by one of the officials.
Yeah, so I think Johnny the team's telling Johnny to go on, and I don't think. No, I think he's gonna have to start from pit lane or just wait until the other riders are through the first corner. I think now is the safest way for them to do it. But again, you have to be so careful in pit lane. It can be so slippy, as we've seen riders going out on the warm-up lap. So they're getting very impatient now. Ross Irwin throwing the hands up here. Bikes are overheating, tires are getting cool. But here we go. They're told to watch the lights and the Superbikes. And away they go. Oh, Daniel Maslin, cracker start from Daniel there. And Ryan Gibson just getting bullied by Ross Irwin into deaders. Ross Irwin trying to ride round the outside of Daniel Maslin as he got the inside line for the Colonials. And I didn't see.
Johnny Campbell, it was possible to see where they were stopped just down below us here.
Yeah, I don't think he got out. He didn't get out, no. So jumping off the 600 and just trying to get the Superbike ready.
Oh, he doesn't look happy.
He's not happy. I wouldn't be happy either. So the Superbike wasn't ready in time, unfortunately. So Johnny's away to sulk. And so he should be. But here we go. At the front, it's Ross Irwin, the second of the Magic Bullet team. Ross Irwin leading this race from Daniel Matheson as they're braking hard. He pushing that fire blade, the front brakes of that blade hard as they're coming round. Oh, Daniel Matheson trying to ride round the outside of Ross Irwin, but Ross Irwin pushes it out wide and gets the drive on the blade.
So it's Irwin, Matheson, Gibson, Alan Kenny, Dean Campbell, Dean McMaster, Clive Cross, Rossi Dobson, of course, of the Cup Riders in 8th place. Excellent for Rossi Dobson. Then we've Aaron McBride, Brian McCormick, Keelan Ryan. I think that's actually Keelan Ryan's first race on a big bike. He was always a 600.
He was a 600.
600 man.
That's right. So Keelan Ryan doing a very good job there, up into 10th place. But Rossi Dobson, what a start Rossi Dobson got, right up to 8th place. It took him a wee while in qualifying, as we said earlier. He's just chipping away, and that's exactly what's working out for him. Ross Irwin still way out in front there from Daniel Matheson. Ryan Gibson, so the threesome chasing each other down.
Dean McMaster. He's got ahead of Alan Kenny.
Well, Johnny Campbell just going to the clock, of course, there, but we'll let them sort themselves out as Ross Irwin on the start finish straight, wrestling with that power blade to try and keep the front end down and tipping into all the flames out of Ryan Gibson's machine. That was amazing to see there. Just the unburnt fuel and the overrun, but there's Ross Irwin, Daniel Matheson, Ryan Gibson, Dean McMaster, Kyle Cross, Rossi Dobson, Aaron McBride, Dean Campbell, Keelan Ryan, Mark Hewitt, second of the Cup Riders in 10th place, Graham McAleese in 11th, Brant McCormick in 12th.
And it's like a tic-tac at Fairy House with the racing with the hands going up down below us. And of course the course has to think of all the other riders was on the grid as well, Gareth. You know what I mean? They were there, the engines were overheating, the tires,
yeah.
You know, so
everyone else was on the grid. The gate was closed when they left. So nobody else had an issue with that.
And I know my time has taken the course for many years, you know. You've got a job to do, you have to think of every other rider there as well.
Yeah, it's just not one rider out there, but
so Ross Irwin the last time, I think 7.84 in the second. Oh, he's out to 1.5 seconds almost now.
yeah, so just a reminder then for the Moto 1 machines, to the holding area, please. Oh, big wheelie there from Paul Cranston across the line. And Paul Cranston is in 12th place. Ronan Waters, Jordan McCord, Marty Lennon, Chris Duncan, Stephen McAdoo, all behind him.
So Rossi Dobson in 7th.
So here we go. Ross Irwin is pulling the gap now on Daniel Matheson. Ryan Gibson doesn't look like he can do anything about Daniel Matheson, but look at Kyle Cross chasing down Dean McMaster. So Kyle Cross is currently in 4th, Dean in 5th, Dean in 4th, and he's closing the gap.
Alan Kenny has slipped off rather okay. Rossi Dobson in 7th, and Mark Hewitt, the newcomer, 2nd in the cup class in 11th. Gareth, excellent.
Absolutely. Fantastic work there from Mark Hewitt. And he's chasing down, where's Mark Hewitt here? chasing down Keane and Ryan as well. So fantastic job, the two of them
I
getting the
thought-
grips in the Superbike. So no problem.
Yeah, by 4.62 of a second there, the difference between Hewitt and Ryan. Jeez, there's some shaking.
So while the chicane then goes, Ross Irwin gets the power down on that big